Hello, hello, and welcome to a match in the losers bracket. Today we will be watching BulkiVinkl versus Colosseum, where BulkiVinkl will be playing as sisters and Colosseum will be playing as Necrons. Commentating with me today is Tassos. You wanna say hi?
Hello?
And
Hello?
yeah, that's about it. I gotta go finish my tea, so if Tassos is okay, I'm gonna let him do the intro.
Okay. We can say here Necron was the second pick for both players in this matchup. Kolo had Admech as the first pick. The Bulky decided to go with his first pick as sisters. The spawns are relatively close. We have someone on the northwest side of the map and someone on the southeast side of the map, but not a lot of neutrals in between them. We have a pack of cultists and a pack of Vespids and basically nothing else. So we could see some early plays if they decide to move that way.
So the Necron player seems to have a little bit of an unfortunate tomb situation. He does have a tomb near a volcanic ore, which is fantastic. But correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see any energy for him, except if he finds this in time.
Yeah, there's no energy tomb near. So if he wants to play very aggressive with multiple barracks and two cities, he might have a bit of a economic problem. There is an energy outpost behind his city, which he should get early because it will just add up over time.
Yeah,
And
often
that's
if
a
your
good start.
start is a bit lacking, you often want to lean either into influence mechanics or science, because that means you won't be producing as much units early, but will have an advantage later. But we will see BulkiVinkl, or sorry, excuse me, actually it's Colosseum playing Necrons. Colosseum for now hasn't really scouted his surroundings yet, so he's probably sees the ore tomb and is pretty happy about it, but probably not particularly concerned about energy yet. Um, so it
He's
probably won't
opening with the
influence his decision making. Go ahead.
He's opening with a summoning core. If he were to open with a lot of infantry and summoning core play without having energy on his starting city, he should have probably opened with the energy core. Otherwise, he won't be able to produce that much. So we might see a play into maybe vehicles, something like a barge opener.
It smells more like core opener to me. The opener makes sense when you consider that he has a 10% energy tile that he could take later, although he also has a production tile that he's gonna want to take from more cores. But yeah, usually when you do aggressive core opener as Necron, you open with the energy, so you have a buffer um, for all the units that you want to produce and for the expansions later. So a bit of an interesting choice. We'll see if it pays off for him. On the other side, the sisters player is has settled a fermentation pool on snow and opened with a book. So I think that's pretty standard for sisters, but I'm not a big sister player myself.
Unfortunately, he did not have rocks around the outpost to be able to get that 40% rec at the beginning, which is very important if he wants to constantly keep production up. 20% will make him get a requisition building much earlier than he probably wanted. If he opens infantry straight away, barracks into the settler building, he could have picked the forest for a 10% more or the Imperial Ruins, but he decided on the 3 tile instead to get the earlier book.
Yeah, and probably prefers to take a free slot tile to keep his options open. It's pretty important early game to not waste turns taking multiple tiles if you can avoid it.
He doesn't have any high requisition city locations close.
He
There is one in the
does.
middle
He does have a Grox in a forest, but that's very inconvenient to settle, having only 2 slot tiles around it.
And also because of the nature of the spawns, it's very close to the enemy. And settling that far up versus an aggressive play, maybe of barges if he decides to go on that, would be very hard to defend.
Well, you gotta commit, right? If you're playing 1 versus 1, you're not actually counting on being far from the enemy. I think it's a tiny map. It's tiny.
Yeah. Sisters would normally settle both their extra cities on some sort of requisition because they don't need that much power. Just 1 or 2 buildings to sustain it at the positive level.
Yeah,
There is no other city he can get with good requisition around. So he might opt to go
maybe if he
build.
finds that ore on time, but it's also quite far. So yeah, I think the start is not amazing for the sister player, but we'll see what he hooks up.
Might
We are
decide to go on a production on the south side of the map.
yeah, the
Get some.
community mod does change the Jokero trader encampments from pure influence into giving some rec for Space Marines and Sisters, which does help with starts such as this. Honestly, if I was BulkiVinkl, I would have probably used my Re on this start, but right now we are past the point of no return. Turn 5 is the last turn that you can call a remake. Each player gets one. So we will not be seeing that this game. So yeah, both players have like a suboptimal start, I would say. I mean, the Necron or Tomb is really nice, but having no energy can be pretty rough.
He's going for the energy building right now as a second building.
Yeah, he did discover the pipes in time, so if he does settle those pipes, you could say that he has an almost perfect start. So I think like RNG wise, the gods favor the sisters today. Also, excuse me, the Necrons today.
Yeah, he definitely has a more smoother start, though going energy second when he's building the multiple cities. And considering he has extra influence with his start being at 20%, and he would be able to rapid rise more buildings earlier, he might
Yeah,
not be able to afford continuous production because of his energy. He's starting city not having any energy.
yeah, he does have the Savannah, which is why he took it, but it's a surprising choice to me because usually if you go for an aggressive opener as Necrons, you want to add Orks. In which case this style would have been better for the production bonus. But then again,
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't want to overproduce and strain his economy too much. It could be a cautious choice on his part.
We see that he opted for the extra production on the summoning core as a tier 1 tech.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, unless you want flayed ones, which I don't think you do against sisters.
Yeah, or a vehicle opening.
Yeah.
Which we might not see because he has not taken the temple at all, unless he decides to get it later for a mix from his third city, rapid rising a few stalkers.
Yeah,
He has
maybe.
also went for the ore production from tier 1 tech, but he's not gonna be building any ore buildings
Yeah,
this early.
you just get it, so you don't have to backtech later,
Yeah.
because what else are you gonna get on tier 1 anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, Dimensional Corridor is a pretty good ability, but quite expensive on the influence, and really only becomes very good, very high tier if you have pockets and you can teleport units to them,
Yeah.
and you can also get the upgrade so that the teleport doesn't take away the action. At which point the deck...
Dimensional corridor is tier 2 though.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, like what else are you gonna get on tier 1? It's
Yeah.
for the infantry build, it's basically core, refinement, flayed ones, and the ore. And
Or the vehicle building if you wanted to not have to backtake it for potentially mixed. But
yeah,
on an infantry building, he might stick to 7 to 8 summoning cores and not choose to go any vehicles.
I think the mixed build for Necron is quite strong at the moment because of the range 3 stalkers in the mod. but it does limit you to certain units from the infantry pet that are actually ranged. So if you go mixed with stalkers, you don't want to go for raids, you don't want to make too many Praetorians, and so on. You want to stick to immortals, snipers, heavy destroyers. But it's quite good. I've seen it perform pretty well lately.
Speaking of immortals, he teched them and he's making the first one right now. And on the sister side, we have Repentia as a tier 2 tech, instantly deciding to go for Repentia, not even getting a third sister.
Interesting. Repenta is quite a good unit against Necron. There aren't really any targets in the Necron roster that Repentia wouldn't perform well against, because Necron as a faction is characterized by high armor, and you can think of like all of their infantry as at least semi, more or less, and that's the niche where Repentia do really well. So overall a very strong unit against Necros, and the players do meet each other already, or rather the Necron sees the sister, while the sister player has no idea about what's transpiring. Maybe he will walk
Could
into
possibly
Overwatch.
hit the Gansus.
Colosseum trying to set up a cheeky Overwatch trap to get a free kill before Simov is called, or just do damage and delay his early clear.
Likely for the sister, I don't think this will kill the battle sister unit. Leave it very low.
Yeah, it would have to move here. So not super likely.
Second summoning core being built on the power, it didn't decide to take the 2 turns to get an extra tile to be
Yeah,
able to get a 10% production value.
you do produce a shit ton of units with core opener in my experience, and it does tend to strain the eco quite a bit, especially if you're not actually clearing the map for 30 turns, as opposed to, you know, meeting the opponent. So I think it could be a conscious choice, and in my opinion, could be a smart choice for Colosseum, because if he got the production bonus, maybe he would start to have ore issues and would have to build ore in the main instead of developing like he wants to.
They've run into power problems as well, with his start lacking bonus other than 10% on power and getting power building second.
Excuse me, who? The Necron, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he has a very nice energy tomb. So maybe that's what he's thinking. And I heard some Overwatch.
It was not on the sister units. It was the Necron Warrior killed the low
I
HP
see.
Vespi next to the Siren Caster.
And there we go, walks into the Overwatch. Nasty stuff.
Now the sister player would have to take a guess where the Necron force came from. Considering it's pretty early, he might also think that the Necron player is situated on the top center of the map instead of the west left side, west top.
Yeah, but for now, this is quite problematic for the Sisters players, because the Necron does seem stronger at the moment, which does mean that if he wants to, he can block his expansion if he does it well, which is a strategy that is used to be relatively popular on standard speed, especially against factions like Tyranids or Tau. You just super early you find them with an aggressive opener, you encircle and you prevent any attempts at breaking out and actually settling expansions. And it can spell doom very early on.
Necron also got the first visual on Repentia, so he gets an idea of the enemy making Repentias right now. The enemy did not decide to go for Imagifiers that are able to boost Repentia melee damage. So as we can see, the Repentias are not currently able to one-shot warriors, but they still have a very good matchup versus.
Yeah, they mostly shine later on because they or a cheap unit that outtrades more expensive units like Praetorians or heavy destroyers. Matching it against, low tier trash units, they perform okay, but it's not the ideal situation you want to use them in because they do die quite easily.
We have the Eternal Crusade deck from the sister as the second tier 2 deck to make his settler building world 33% faster. You have to pay the influence once a turn to keep the extra production up, and obviously Hospitalers to start settling extra cities. Our Necron seems to be behind on tech, not having this spider tech yet, but he didn't start with the book.
Yeah, the cores, if he keeps building cores, those cores will provide a lot of science. Like when he's building his third core right now, and when you have 3 cores, that's equivalent to having a book. But of course, the science does come later, which means you also expand later. And core opener, so meaning no book opener, Necron does get the spider tech quite late. I believe around turn 30, maybe a little bit sooner. It usually relies on just clearing the map because Necron early units are very good at clearing wildlife due to their healing and versatile weapons.
Wondering, Necron will opt, instead of getting a more optimal city, to settle a city further up if he wants to go to city barracks for faster reinforcements in the front line, considering he's trying to keep the enemy's sister player a bit confined on his base. We could say maybe settling the tomb next to the artifact and the loyalty outpost in the middle of the map.
Right now he seems to just want to get an economic edge, starve the sister player out, and use his superior local force to take everything, which is very painful early on. Players often don't realize how dependent their eco is on the early outposts that they get. And being reduced to like, how many outposts does he have right now?
Five,
4.
soon to be 3.
Yeah, 5, soon to be 3, is correct.
He's splitting his forces though, so the sister might attempt. As we can see, Sister Repentia goes down, doesn't have any vision about this, and he's gonna take Overwatch from the Battle Sisters. He might lose a Necron Warrior early on for the outpost control that he's trying to achieve. And losing numbers will add up if he makes more mistakes.
It is possible that he's just baiting because moving to the edge of the outpost with a split army doesn't seem like, it seems a bit optimistic, let's put it like that. And the sister player does
right.
see these 2 warriors with the unit that just moved.
And the Necron could see the unit that was on the outpost next to the city that has moved out. So maybe he has an idea that Sister is trying to take advantage of his Necron warrior going alone.
So BulkiVinkl did change his rally point to go south, so it's most likely that he will settle the Jotera.
Or the production city, which also has 20% rec on it.
You mean the shard on the snow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in this situation he wants to settle as soon as possible. That's the priority. But yeah, the start does not look amazing for the sister player because this spot is also awkward. Many 2-slot tiles, so slow development.
He could settle this tile to get the production on the grain and then start targeting 3 tiles around it.
Could be good if he gets tile expansion, yeah. But where does he settle his third city? I guess on this shard.
He might, though, as you said, opt to settle the trader because sisters get the +1 movement ability on the settler, so they can settle the turn the settler spawns.
Yeah.
And that will give him the opportunity to settle his city probably around here. less optimal spot, but city 1 turn early.
Yeah. Looks a
A
little bit
Necro Warrior,
tough for the sister player when you consider how many ops the Necron is holding right now. The difference is quite staggering. Army upkeep is 10 for Necron at the moment and 6 for sisters. And just went to 10 as well.
having the third summoning core up right now compared to a single barracks until the next turn also will mean quite a lot more forces early on.
Yeah, he does have the Legate's Priory, which will be counted as a barrack later, but right now it's producing the settlers to settle. And he is using the tech to speed it up. He wants those expansions up as soon as possible, naturally. While
He has not taken the Imagifiers, so I don't know if we're gonna see that many combat units from there. Unlike maybe some healers.
we might see a Canonus unless he's planning on going for Celestine. But going for Celestine in this situation is gonna take quite a while. So the Canonus might be the better choice once the Hospitaliers to settle are out, and does not opt to go for the early settle, opts to heal his unit instead.
I'd still go for a next turn settle right here because of the 4 movement. We also see that the sister player has taken Dominions as the first tier 4 tech. Now, as a second tier 4 tech, he could be taking Celestine if that's the plan he had. Celestine is a tier 4 hero.
Yeah, he's doing quite a bit better than the Necron player on science. The Necron player still does not have the spiders.
Necron opted to go Settlers early on instead of backtaking the tech. We might see the Settlers right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be any turn now, I think. Might be after the Immortal. I need to change my keybind for push to talk. It's on control, so I keep pinging stuff without wanting to.
Now we're getting a 4th summoning core to have a much more consistent production. Though he is starting to go lower on energy, making 26 a turn with
Yeah,
only 50 on the bank. When the
core is gonna go very downhill very soon now that he's on free cores and also adding a 4th one. So we might be seeing him push into cities soon to try and do some damage and just reduce his ore upkeep.
he has stockpiled all of his influence, so we might see double spider being bought to get the cities down as soon as possible.
Yeah, with free cores, the rapid rise is very cheap usually because it only makes a 1 turn of difference, but it's still one
The
crucial
first
turn.
turn of correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the first turn of rapid rise is always the same cost. No matter how much production you have, it depends on the unit. It's after that that it drops, depending on how
It's
much
not
it has.
because it's dependent on how much production is left to finish whatever you're rapid rising, and production overflow is a thing.
Okay. So getting to see this will probably put a stop a bit in his unit production if he wants to be able to keep building buildings on all 3 cities. And his slightly unfortunate power start, having him a bit lower on the power front. And
Yeah, I personally think he's overdoing the cores at this point. 3 cores is more than enough to support with 1 energy and 0 ores. He really needs those spiders and those expansions right about now. Or very soon.
Sister opted for the production city in the front, giving him some more space to walk around in his base.
Yeah, that's a
But this
smart choice.
city is making, as most sister cities will need to start with a requisition. We have no requisition bonuses here, except for the 10% on the forest. So it's a bit unoptimal.
He can get those with tile extension, but I'm not sure how convenient tile extension is for sister infantry. Like I said, I'm not a big sister player.
Sister secondary towns don't get tile expansion. They can only get one tile around them.
Ah, I see.
Only the main town gets to be able to get more than one tile. So he will never be able to get those tiles.
Interesting. Are there any other limitations for sister expansions?
No, not only that. Cannot expand further than one tile.
So basically,
So
they're capped at one population, more or less. I guess you can make two if you really want
yeah,
to, but 12,
so he's gonna have
18.
to potentially make battle barracks buildings in this city where they have a requisition resource
He does want
without
to.
any bonus.
He does want to turn his main city into a requisition city. Uh, right about now, I think. If I was him, I would probably be happy with just two barracks and the legatines. And he is taking the 30% tile, so we'll probably see that city from requisition at this point. And finds a Repentia, gets a snipe.
Yeah. I think he might have wanted to go a third barracks instead, but because he was forced to kind of settle forward to give him some space and he couldn't settle on a city that was on rocks to get the 20%, we might see the requisition building straight away on the first town to be able to continue producing. So Necron has kind of gotten some value from pushing in, forcing a suboptimal city from the sister player.
Yeah, but at some point he's gonna have to realize that he can't keep it up because the sister player does have defender's advantage, meaning the reinforcements get to the front instantly while the Necron reinforcements have to walk multiple turns to get there. So at some
Because
point, even on lesser production, the sister local army will be bigger than the Necron local army.
we have a spider tech finally here. Probably gonna sit next turn now that the immortal is gonna be built.
Yeah.
Necron doesn't seem to be keeping any units behind to start clearing a bit on the side. He knows there's an artifact there that could definitely help him, and he only needs like 2 immortals for 2 turns to be able to achieve the acquisition of this relic.
He's playing very
But
aggressively, which is the correct choice against sisters, because especially on standard speed, sisters have a quite slow build-up period. They're very scary mid-game when they build up, but in the build-up, they are not exactly very strong. So I think Colosseum knows this and is trying to take advantage and squeeze out as much as he can while hurting his opponent as much as he can.
we see the first spider, 1 turn build-up time with the leftover production without having to rapid rise at all. So he's still holding 300 influence, and he can rapid
Probably
rise the
would have
second
been
spider.
a good idea to rapid rise the immortals last turn, so that he would, sorry, 2 turns ago, so that he would be able to have the spider out this turn, since he is holding this much influence bank. Not the end of the world, but it would give him his first expansion 1 turn earlier.
You might see most of the influence being used on repairs for the units if there is some early engagements, but he still doesn't have forces that can
That's
really
a
siege a city.
very inefficient use of influence. Usually, if it's not like game breaking, the more experienced Necron players will avoid using Necrodermis Repair, because like if you look at it, it's 1 hit point per 10 influence. That's not a good deal. Like
It is definitely not effective,
when you
but
consider
it could
how
swing a
much
fight.
it can swing a fight, but I think you do it only if it's like very valuable. Like if you get a valuable kill by using it, or if you keep a very valuable unit alive. Um, in all other cases, when you look at cost efficiency of rapid rise, you should prefer to play for the long term and just use that influence to rapid rise.
We're probably gonna see rapid rise on the population building after the summoning courage done, because the population building does not require any population, so rapid rising it at any moment has no negative effect, and you can keep building straight after.
He might be forced to make some ores in his main, because even if he goes for the ore expansion straight away, it's not gonna be enough to stem his ore deficit, which is gonna get worse with every turn.
The town is gonna give him some more as well, giving 9 for Necrons.
Yeah, but he's gonna have 4 cores, which means 1 unit per turn. That ore upkeep is gonna go up very, very fast at this point. But yeah,
Still opting to
the
not go
HQ
for
will
the
help.
relic
Yeah, he just
and
wants to
move.
keep the blockade going. Trade Federation blockading Naboo.
Sister is down to 3 outposts still outside of the city. And we're having a requisition building on the 30% tile. His
Meanwhile,
production is gonna be taking quite a long time to get running, with only 2 chapels and city being delayed a turn on a slightly suboptimal position.
so Colosseum probably knows that at this point uh, the sister player has to use his hospitalers. How do you pronounce that?
Hospitaler? I'm not sure.
Hospitalers. That he has to use them to settle and doesn't actually have any to use to heal. So he's just trying to get some cheap damage in.
Chip damage could be very effective considering Necrons can easily heal it, and I don't think the sister is confident enough to still push in this force without knowing what's behind it, because you can only see 3 units currently. The Dominions are here though, so that might change his opinion soon enough. And the second Hospitaler is out as well.
Yeah, it's lucky for Bulky that the distance for Necron is so large, because otherwise on 4 cores versus 2 barracks it would not look pretty.
A bit of maybe decision-making problems for Colosseum. The Spider was on I was going north last turn, now it opted to go south again.
Yeah,
Might be looking at the ore and the ruin of Voltile, the tomb.
it does seem that way.
40% ore is very nice for the headquarters, and we have another 40% ore tile in one tile,
It's
and
nice,
40%
but
ore
he
on
does
3.
have a Dream ore tomb here, and what he actually needs is energy, not ore. Even with running the deficit, but decides to go for that city.
Maybe we're gonna save both these ore cities and not trying to go for a power city, which will hurt him in the long run, considering his production will not be able to match possible upkeep,
Yeah,
having not enough power to keep making buildings and
I
units
think
non-stop.
without settling up that power, he's gonna have to stop producing units at some point. His energy is just not gonna be able to keep up, especially with the cost of the second city being 90-90 on standard speed. Which means that he needs to save up 90 energy to build that city, and then he's gonna have to pay for free cranes producing buildings as well. So I really do think he's overdoing the course, honestly. He's just not gonna be able to keep it up. But I think his rationale here is that since he committed for early game, he doesn't really want to let Sister reach mid game or late game. I think he's going all in on this early aggression.
I think his advantage also really hurts the sister because he doesn't exactly know where all the units of sister is, or if sister has a unit somewhere trying to get some map control, but sister has no map control right now. So even though he's doing some damage to his own economy, sister is stuck on 3 outposts. And as we can see, sister has problems on this side as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, Necron,
No amount of break.
counted correctly, has 14 outposts, just for comparison. So Necron is leeching 28 resources, various resources from the map, while Sisters is leeching only 6.
As we can see, the Hospitaller is out, but he's still missing 40 requisition to build a city. Next turn, he will have to stop his barracks production to to save up some for the city. And the second city is currently not building anything either. After acquiring the tile, he probably won't have enough requisition to build it.
Honestly,
That's
looks like a very messy game for both players, eco-wise. They just aren't able to set up the way they probably want to.
having sister cities without any percent of requisition and the starting town on 20% instead of 30 or 40, it will really hurt your ability to keep making everything.
It's really punishing, yeah. But lucky for him, like it's unbeknownst to him, but still lucky for him. I think we're also looking at Necron eco issues down the line.
The ore has kind of stabilized for now,
For now,
and I think if he gets some power running, he will be able to keep producing, because after the second city, he will have some time to stabilize his ore, and if need be, as Necrons, you can rapid rise an ore building or a power building and turn off a summoning core if you don't have that good
yeah.
of economy to produce from it.
It looks like looking at the tile this city is taking, I think he's just gonna use it as an energy city on 0%.
That might be a good possibility, yeah.
Because he didn't actually clear the top, I think he could still go for this settle, and he still might, looking at his spider. Interesting choice. Maybe he just wants to rely on these tiles for his ore needs and switch core production if he wants any extra cores into this science city, and just
That could
go for the
be
energy top.
that could be also helping with the reinforcements being a forward city, getting the extra cores there. There, move the settler and now
So yeah, right now we're just looking at a one big Mexican standoff, and both players trying to get their economies in order. But I think all things considered, it looks much more grim for the sister player right now.
I agree. He's probably thinking upping the movement speed and getting his settler here or here next turn to make a city. If he cancels building the hospitals, he will have he won't have enough with the hospital. Barely not. But he definitely needs another 20% at least to be able to stabilize a bit more with his wreck. Or we might. I don't think he's gonna try to attack the Necron Force.
I mean,
It's
I think Necron right now could actually, if not take the city, at least do like a ton of damage to Sister beyond the point of Sister being able to come back if he just went in with everything he has. Because looking at Sister army, it's one Repentia, one Dominion, one whatchamacallit, one Battle Sister and one Wounded Battle Sister. I mean, it's gonna get 2 Battle Sisters, but it's still 4 units. Even with the city shooting, it would be grim for the sisters.
to heal the Battle Sisters.
And I
He
think
cannot settle.
we're really seeing the effect of a suboptimal requisition start for sisters. As scary as they can be, when they get a decent start, they are quite reliant on having that wreck early on. Otherwise, they can have quite some issues.
Yeah, it's very important. We are actually seeing Necron player turning off all 3 of his cores after spiders are done building.
Yeah,
That will save him some power, some or
he knows that he can't keep it up if he wants to settle using 90 energy, and he's also gonna have to build in his second city next turn. So Probably a good choice to just skip some turns, but the better choice would be just to not make 4 cores in the first place, in my opinion.
And also, had he started with the power building first instead of the core, he would
Yes,
have some more power banked up,
yes.
and not really to a detriment so much to extra unit.
But still, all things considered, in much better shape than our sister player right now.
I think any chances for a Celestine are definitely out of the question, considering her cost is very high.
Yeah, I think right now he just wants to basically get his first city up. Even that is proving difficult.
As long as he keeps building with the start he has, I don't think he will have his next city down for the next 6 at least turns. Necron player deciding to just actually started his cores back up, and as a second tier 3 tech, he teched Deathmarks, and we're seeing a Deathmark being built. So he's not going to be able to build a city the next few turns. Maybe he decided to try to go all in two cities and keep up the pressure. Maybe he understands that the sister also has problems, considering he doesn't see many units or any higher tier techs because the cities were delayed and the extra research from the cities hasn't come in.
I'm honestly quite surprised that we didn't see a remake this game
Yeah.
from the sister player. Uh, he must be quite demoralized right now, but I think if he saw the issues that Colosseum is also having, including maybe not being able to settle in the near future because wildlife could block him off, um, his morale would be a little bit better.
The Colosseum is having 10 power currently, making an energy core on his second city. So I
Yeah,
don't think he actually plans uh, paying 50 power for settlers right now. I don't think he actually plans to settle
I
a
mean,
third city.
if he does,
Or
he's gonna have to do it in 3 turns and skip
yeah.
some core production. But I think he should do it. Like a 2 city Necron without an actual ore city or energy city is a sad affair past the early game.
It's gonna be definitely harder, and he won't be able to increase his summoning core numbers later, going only to city. But maybe he has an understanding of how bad Sister has it right now because of the base situation that he thinks he might be able to compete. Sister trying to move down to expand, but still so far away from expanding. He needs 2 more turns to produce nothing, to build nothing on his first expansion, and then to not build either something from the barrack or something from the hero building to be able to settle in 2 turns. It's a very unfortunate game from both sides.
Yeah, very, very scrappy builds.
I'm still surprised, really surprised, that Colosseum is not taking 2 units from his army to go take that Siren Caster because it would help him quite a lot. And unless he plans to actually dive the city very soon, he should have definitely taken a few units to clear some outposts around because the sister is not in a position to push into him and his units are sitting around doing nothing.
Honestly, I think Colosseum should just cancel that mark and settle next turn.
Yeah. Or the settlers and stay a bit at 6 population if he wants to get the third city and still produce a bit.
And he's also gonna have to skip production in his second city if he wants to do that marks and settle. So yeah, interesting decision making, that's for sure.
The builds don't seem exactly prepared. They seem to our players are trying to adapt on the fly, and they're definitely making some decisions that, if they look back on this game after the game, they're gonna realize that some of the decisions they made maybe didn't even make sense for them, but maybe the pressure of the tournament or whatever thoughts are going on through their heads right now.
Yeah, well said. Um, I think they're trying to adapt, and it can be quite hard. It requires seeing how long things take to actually take effect and pay off in Gladius. It does take quite some skill and experience to correctly adapt to bad situations, bad maps. But it is also one of the moments where Gladius can be most fun when you don't have like the optimal start, because with an optimal start it's often just routine. You do this stuff in your first city, you do this in your expo, you pump your powerful unit, you clash, which of course is also fun, but the adaptation, for better or for worse, can be very rewarding.
It's also an expression of skill to see the players trying to understand situations. I still don't see the Colosseum wanting to really attack the city because he split his forces a bit again. And our sister player using a few units to go down clear to neutrals to be able to get a third city relatively safely. Understand the situation a bit that Colosseum wants to keep him cased, but he doesn't necessarily want to attack. And I'm sure Colosseum will look back in this game and he will think, why didn't I invest a bit more in my towns? Because I have him already locked up. And even if he moves out, my units are very tanky. It's not like the sister is going to destroy his army in one offense. And then he can take defensive positions in the forest. Then it's going to be impossible for the sister to push through there. So taking a few turns easier to be able to uh, set up later would have paid much better for him. We do get the third city and the death marks, but he cannot produce anything for one turn.
Ah, but that's fine. At least he got the city up, which was quite crucial. But honestly, I think if I was in Colosseum's place, I would have gone for that energy city as my first expansion, and just settled this ore as my second city instead of making a suboptimal second city and doing energy there.
I,
But as you said, on the spot, especially under some pressure in a turning game, often some decisions can seem better in the moment than in retrospective.
I do think as well that if you're opening multiple summoning cores, your second city needs to be on power and also start with at least one power building to be able to keep producing then on the third city eventually and keep producing from your summoning cores. It's very important to be able to keep the production running.
Yeah, I think he would be better off, like I said, setting energy and maybe just doing an ore in his main city instead of the fourth core, because that would give him a nice buffer and he would be in no rush in his third city and could focus on rapid rising in his energy city and his main.
At least we see the city down. He kind of understood that he needs to start working a bit on the cities because even getting a few more death marks right now is not going to give him the kill. And he doesn't know exactly what the sister is doing. So he needs to prepare for the situation that the sister will be able to start pushing back and he will need to have infrastructure behind to keep building.
So Sister can finally settle his first city if he opts to do so. He did scout the Grox near the Bastion. I wonder if that's what his hospitalers are doing, trying to
You
get
can
some kind of weird expansion on that Grox.
You can get there in this turn because you get moved through cover with extra movement.
Yeah, and it would
That
be a cheeky hidden city that Necron cannot really pressure. So it does have some. The idea does have some merit, I think.
he decides not to. just takes the outpost on this turn.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to skip production in his main city, considering the Trade Federation blockade.
His second city has been building nothing but getting tiles for the last, I think, 6 turns, which really shows how far behind he has been because of the requisition problems, not having anything extra.
Yeah, but taking tiles in this situation in his frontier city is not bad, because it does enable him to like put a unit there and get more intel on what he's facing.
He actually didn't build anything this town. He kept the 80 requisitions.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe he I'm not sure. Maybe he ran out of time.
He tagged Celestine. Is it possible that he's actually saving up for Celestine and trying to bet on her to save him? I think I would have preferred a third city in his situation, but then again, not really a sister player.
I would say the Celestine will be very strong versus what he's facing, but he doesn't know the situation of Colosseum, and if he's expecting Colosseum to not have any problems with his Necron eco, he will be pretty close to heavy destroyers. And considering he will barely have enough influence, and then he will have to pay influence every turn to get the Celestine out in an acceptable number of turns, he's not going to have any influence to gear her up. And a few heavy destroyers can really stop her at her tracks.
Yeah.
Though we don't see heavy destroyers yet, considering Colosseum has also been delayed on his cities.
I mean, Colosseum has a lot of issues with his eco as well, but I think that even painstakingly he will be able to keep producing units, while BulkiVinkl is still on 2 barracks, which are not able to produce units right now. So it does look, from that perspective, unit count and production, it does look quite bad.
Yeah. We have a back tech from the sister player, a tier 1 tech, sister superior, giving +2 morale to basically all the infantry units.
That's a nifty, cheap tech. I like it.
Maybe he is preparing to engage after he gets Celestine, but that's still quite far away. Using the Hospitalers on the low side to get another outpost, because he cannot build a city this turn, so might as well capture some out. Though he doesn't know, there could have been a few Necron units that could have cleared that side, because Colosseum could have definitely have 1 or 2 units on reserve getting some map control, and that unit could have died, which is pretty risky considering it's the unit he wants to make his third city, and he doesn't really have the resources to replace anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I think without seeing a first city from the sisters, but we might be seeing, I don't know, he took the tile, the Grox last turn, maybe he's thinking about setting here, out of range of the bash, I'm not sure. But I think he's either going for some cheeky third city or banking on Celestine to save him from this mess. But he really needs to do something to try and start getting an edge back, because if this trend continues, he's just on a slow cooker waiting to be roasted.
He could have also kept producing from his barracks a bit more. He miscalculated a bit, considering he's missing the requisition, but he's also missing 2 more turns of influence to just start building the Celestine, because it's very expensive on influence too. So there's been 3 turns now that he's not producing anything, and he's still 2 turns away from his possible goal. I see more death marks, and Heavy Destroyers has been teched as the first tier for tech. I think we're gonna see a few destroyers, even with or without Celestine, because if he wants to push into the city, he will need some units that can sit it down. Opting to get a few more snipers probably first. What do you think of this matchup? If Necron went for a Bard's play and Scarabs.
Sorry, come again.
What do you think of this matchup if Necron went into Bards and
Uh,
Scarabs?
the minions, Meltas, I don't know. I think I'm not sure how barges do damage-wise against sister infantry, but I think they might have a hard time finishing units.
Outside of cover, the Bards should be able to shoot a normal sister infantry unit. I'm not sure in the town tiles.
Then again, it might be preferable to going infantry because, like, what do you get if you go infantry as Necron? You can go raids, you can go heavy destroyers, which is not the call. You can go Praetorians, who get shreked by Repentia.
I think if you go infantry, you have to bank on having a lot of units early, keeping some map control, and then doing a big push with enough heavy destroyers that you
Yeah,
can do actual damage and take out a city.
the Immortals and the Snipers are the best performing units here. But I think the issue becomes if the sister players get Celestine, because then you're forced to make heavy destroyers just for that Celestine. Because what else are you gonna do? If you want to threaten her, you have to make the destroyers. If you don't make the destroyers, she just has free reign, jumps into your backline, kills whatever she wants, blocks everything. It's a nightmare. So
Last
to
turn, Colosseum got to snipe a Sister Repentia unit that was on the outpost next to the city for free. Yeah. So that definitely is going to hurt the Sister player even more, considering he has no resources to do anything. And
then
he's remaking the Repentia right now.
then again, at least Sister's requisition is better now.
Yeah, having the extra 2 on the main base will help him stay afloat. But if he decides to go for the Celestine,
Yeah,
he will lose all his stockpile next turn.
I think trying to force Celestine here is not the best idea, personally, because even without the huge eco issues that it's causing and causing him to fall behind more and more, trying to save up, it's also gonna take quite a while before she's out, and by that point, Necron will have gained even more benefit from all those outposts that he's holding, and Sister will be hurt even more by all those outposts that she isn't or he isn't holding. So yeah, I don't think Celestine is the play here. I think
And also, saving for Celestine has stopped him from getting a third city, which he could have done 3-4 turns earlier, and
yeah,
those would be resources he would definitely like to have right
he really needed the third city because the headquarters do give 12 rec, and while he would lose some rec by the loyalty, it would still be a net increase just by settling, and then he could make more rec in that city. So yeah, looks grim. I know we already said it multiple times, but I cannot overstate how grim things look for our sisters
now.
player right now.
A lot of indecision. He has opened options like unlocking the Celestine, like having a settler near a position that he could make a city. But I'm thinking he doesn't actually have a game plan on how to get out of this.
Yeah,
And he has unlocked all the options he could get, but he's not sure on what to do. So he's procrastinating a bit. But procrastination when you are behind and the enemy has not the entire, but quite a lot of map control than you, is just against you.
yeah. Um,
And after the new energy core is going to be built next turn on the energy city, the only thing Colo needs to do is get a few ore down. He's acquiring a 40% tile on the forward city. And after that, he's going to be fine to even build a few more summoning cores and keep massing. While the sister, for one more turn, skipping uh, buildings, not building anything on the second city.
yeah, I think if he goes for that Celestine, by the time she's done, he's gonna be long dead. Because
tier 4
at
now
some point
for them.
Necron will decide to go in, seeing that there's no concrete resistance from Sister. Sorry, what were you about to say?
Maybe he's waiting for some armor piercing tech, considering the Tesla guns have 0 penetration and a lot of attacks. Tesla gun penetration is on tier 4, and he has 4 immortals. Maybe he's taking that right now. I don't think we're gonna see scarabs because there is no excess spiders running around.
I don't think it's worth for him to get the Tesla AP, considering that he's probably not gonna be producing any more immortals. It's probably just gonna be snipers, maybe some heavy destroyers to actually threaten the cities.
And Celestine has been clicked. He doesn't even
She has
have
been.
enough influence to give the extra production on
Yeah, and
the hero building.
if she does manage to get out, she's gonna have 12 influence upkeep, so he's gonna be at +3 influence. So
If by some miracle uh, Colosseum takes a long time to attack and he's indecisive about going in, the best thing the sister player could possibly do right now to try to get back into the game, though it would kind of require Colosseum to make some mistakes by not going in, would be to possibly drop the third city after 2 more turns of resources. Oh no, he's not. He's never gonna get the influence for the
no,
third city now.
no. I mean, if he waits like 7 turns or 6 turns, but
Uh, we have the city starting being sieged by snipers.
yeah,
Considering sisters don't have a repair unit and snipers have 3 range, that could be some low but consistent damage, forcing the sister to move out eventually.
I mean, it's already causing 0.3 less production from the Legate's Priory, so 0.3 per production building, which is not negligible.
Yeah, we're never gonna see the Celestine at this point if some more damage goes on top of
Yeah,
the
if he
city.
just keeps shooting, it's a good strategy. It's also when you're sieging properly and the city has lost some HP and some units present themselves and you want to focus the units, it's still good to ping the city at least once to prevent it from healing, because that devastation debuff is huge. It's one of the reasons why you, if possible, you want to be attacking, not defending.
Especially on the situation that our sister player has found himself in, having no resources in the first.
I mean, let's be realistic. He has
Yeah,
4 combat units
yeah.
against 10 Necron units. Even with a city attack, he's still gonna lose a fight if it happens. And with
Yeah,
city
Colosseum can
buffs.
probably go in. He doesn't have the information we do, so he's probably expecting more units on tiles behind city ready to counterattack.
Yeah, he doesn't
And,
know.
and probably he feels better to just not attack, not having to risk it. He knows he has better map control, so maybe he wants to take it into later so he can do it as safely as possible. We still have no heavy destroyers, just snipers teleporting in.
Yeah, that's probably the right call. I think he smells blood. He doesn't know how bad it is for Bulky, but he has seen when he's trying to get chip damage in and pick off units that there is no concrete response. So I think he's feeling very comfy and starting to think about going in. And we see some Dominions move into the Immortals, get healed, but he
Have the
doesn't have
scan.
anything to actually finish them off. I mean, I guess in turn, Necron will also not be able to finish off any units. So
He
I guess
could have
it's
taken
good for Bulky.
the opportunity to clear some tiles around his city so he can defend easier
He
if the
doesn't
Necron
have
units were out in
the
the open,
influence,
but he
and
doesn't have influence
he actually
because he
boosted
opted for the Celeste.
the Priory this turn, so he's on 0.
We're at 710 Celestine. The Hospitalers on the bottom side are coming back slowly.
Yeah, they took what, a Science and a Crocs. I think they. I mean, I get it. Bulky is really starved for any op that he gets is nice at this stage, but I wonder if it wouldn't be better used to heal.
Another sniper being killed. Necron now has resources to keep making units and buildings. He is dangerously low on ore.
Yeah, the ore is not gonna get fixed anytime soon. Even with the 2 ores that he's killed, he's gonna have to do some rapid rising and turning off of buildings if he wants to
Yeah.
stay positive. And he's also gonna have to go in, but that's not bad, I guess.
He's probably thinking of his chances right now, but he still only has information about the Dominions. He doesn't know if there's anything on the city tile he cannot see. He doesn't know what's behind it. And he knows that he doesn't do that much damage to sister units in cover, and sister units can heal. And because there's so many Imperial ruins in forest, he cannot shoot from more than one range. So the damage per tile he has access to is very low.
Moves in, so I think, okay, he uses the Necrodermis to kill. But I don't think Caesar is gonna be phased by that, but using the Necrodermis will prevent him from losing that Immortal, most likely.
Will also prevent him from any rapid rising, as he's at 29 influence right now, and his Zor will crash in 3 turns.
Yeah.
So new problems arising for the Necron. So we might actually see the Celestine eventually come out.
I think we've seen a lot of very short-term decision making from Colosseum, and Necrodermis is the latest, and he's had enough. I think he senses that Sister has no real response ready, so he just goes in and starts targeting the city, and actually goes for a cheeky teleport in the back to get some damage on those Repentia. So the thing you want to do when you can't finish off any units against a faction like Sisters who can heal, you want to damage as many different units as you can, so that the heal can only be used on one.
I think we're gonna see some losses from the Necron now, and that might slightly discourage him from going in.
Cannot finish, which is awkward. Once to try and get the demorale to be able to finish, but I don't think he has enough
that unit
units.
goes too far away to affect the morale of the death mark.
And he has no tiles to finish off another to demorale. He would need like to kill this, which he could probably with Repentia and Dominions, but he just cannot get both of them in place to do that.
I think Dominions with their buff do one-shot the Necrons even in the city, but he has not clicked the buff. I don't know because they're level 3, but they should one-shot the level 1. But he might not want to move the Dominions from there to not give space. So he uses the Repentia instead. Yeah, they one-shot the Necron Warriors on the forest as well. And enemies units only get range damage reduction on city tiles, so he could have one-shotted the ones on the left as well.
And I think he boosted the Priory again. Really wants to get that Celestine out. Willing to be 2 city just for it, so I guess like if he by some miracle comes back into the game, I guess his game plan is do or die with Celestine.
I think he's gonna get the opportunity to get back into the game, considering looking at the Necron Force.
But he's 2 city.
Yeah. The Necron Force attack might fail though, so
He's
we're
not
gonna
gonna
go into
be
mid.
able to compete against Free City Necron in like 20 turns, even with Celestine. Like, and Celestine is just gonna murder what eco he has.
And having only 2 barracks, he will never get the numbers he's losing back.
Yeah, very rough game for Bulky. But the cover, he is using the city tile and cover along with the city attack to get some favorable trades for him, which is a small victory for him that he sorely needs right now. City getting chipped bit by bit. The devastation right now amounting to 1.6 per production building, which is huge. So even the 2 barracks that he has are basically destructed, I suppose.
Yeah, giving him only 8%, 8 per turn is very low.
Gonna get the immortal kill on the city tile.
With the city, yeah.
So yeah, he is getting a lot of favorable trades. It does seem that he might be able to break this. But like I said, I think long term the prognosis is really bad for him.
The only way that something positive might happen would be Colosseum not retreating right now, which he should, trading all his units away.
I mean,
And then
he did lose more than half his army already, so at this point it doesn't even really matter that much if he loses a couple more units. At least his ore will be fixed, and he's probably consoling himself with that fact right now. Like, I might have lost more than half my army, but at least my ore issues are gonna be the history soon. So
I'm just thinking, considering he doesn't know if a third city is up, though he did get some vision with the sniper teleport. So now he might have the idea that it's actually
yeah,
2 cities.
he probably
Uh,
knows. Like, unless he's probably thinking, unless there's a cheeky settle, which we know that there isn't, keys to city. So I think right now, even if he loses all those units, all he needs to do is chill, build some heavy destroyers to help counter Celestine and keep her honest, rebuild his army, and he's good.
yes, Celestine could be a demoralizing factor if when he sees her and having lost his attack, but if he keeps his head clear and he realizes the enemy is on a 2 city eco with Celestine, and he doesn't even know that the second city doesn't even have buildings, he's so far ahead economically.
I mean, and there's gonna be no items on that Celestine either, so it's not like she's gonna be some kind of hard carry with an X and so on, you know. She's not gonna be one-shotting any units. But on the plus side, Colosseum is probably not aware that he's gonna be seeing a Celestine, so he's probably not gonna be preparing a number of heavy destroyers. He's probably gonna be unprepared to get Celestine more or less completely.
He's
And
opting to damage the city as much as he can just for eco damage, trading his units away, which is not necessarily
even
horrible.
teleports another sniper in to do as much damage as he can, and I think this is, even with the destruction that it's causing, and it's definitely a bad thing for Bulky, but it's the best thing that could happen to him. Like, Colosseum not running away, just ignoring his units and just trying to damage the city. And I
Yeah,
think
it's
Colosseum is just thinking about his war. He's just like, fuck it, let's just sacrifice all these units. Which, yeah, the merit of this decision could be debated, let's put it like that.
I think this is a very Rust opinion, a very Rust move he made. He should have just accepted that he couldn't take the city and try to save as many units as he can. Because even though he doesn't know the production of sister is horrible, it's still he still wants to keep some units because production is something you cannot easily repair if you lose. You cannot get your initial army back if you lose it. And units, especially Necron units, are have value even later in the game. Deathmarks and Immortals are very tanky, so they can be used as frontline for other units. They do good damage on their own, not easily replaceable. You might try to run away with the 30 snipers now. That would be his best interest. Shooting the city now just for 6 damage and losing your last 4 remaining units is gonna be very bad.
Yeah, I think he went a little bit too all in on solving his ore issues by force. But does decide to turn tail now. He's still gonna be losing some of those units on retreat.
He's getting another power building on the top city. I would have probably liked, now that his eco has been stabilized and he has enough power per turn to keep making things, to see more summoning cores, considering he has lost quite a lot of units too, instead of extra power. But he might be he might be waiting for a higher tier unit, maybe Wraiths. But I don't think Wraiths perform that well versus Sisters, because Wraiths don't do well versus armored things.
They do
And
enable you
Sisters,
to snipe the Hospitaliers in the backline, but overall, as a main battle unit, they don't cut it, yeah.
so I don't know what his game plan actually is. We do see a heavy destroyer being made right now, but now he has only 3 units left. Sorry, 4 units left outside the heavy destroyer. So he doesn't have a force anymore of infantry units to fight infantry units, so his heavy destroyers
But I
can
mean,
fight.
heavy destroyers, unbeknownst to him, are what he needs to counter the Celestine. Because besides Celestine, we're looking at 2 barracks sisters, which is not that scary. So I think he might even be predicting, okay, it's 2 city sister, it's small army, relatively speaking. I guess he's making Celestine. It could be what he's thinking.
He needs to at least try to save his snipers, because if he loses the snipers, destroyers without anything else, they're gonna be the answer to the Celestine. But
Yeah.
if the sister masses a Fury Pentia, he could make a if they fight outside of Necron cities, he could basically clear the entire heavy destroyer army in one fight, and that could really turn the game upside down.
Yeah, I mean, Bulky is not in a position, even if he kills all this without any more losses, he's not really in a position to push any cities. But he did pull ahead in army upkeep for the first time. Right now it's 8 upkeep for Necron and 16 for Sisters. Yeah, he's
Probably trying to think what unit outside of heavy destroyers he will need to build to fight the sister infantry units. He might be a bit puzzled because he might be thinking further ahead now that he has Eco, but the best thing he could have to fight a lot of lower tier sister units would be the army he had, a lot of immortals being tanky and some snipers behind. But he traded them badly, and now he will have to rebuild.
I mean, to be fair, BulkiVinkl did take a clever fight in that cover and city tiles and used it to prevent Necron from killing any city, any unit, while being able to use his burst damage on Repentia and the Flamers, which also ignore cover to get some picks of his own along with the city attack. So yeah, Colosseum did trade badly, but I think BulkiVinkl also picked a good fight.
I think we're gonna see another Deathmark die this time. So he opted to go for the He's blocking the other
He has
Deathmark from
another.
running away. Actually. So all the early force of Necron is basically dead at this point.
The cycle of violence.
I really want to see more summoning cores from the Necron on another base. Because if he had set up more summoning cores, then he would be able to produce from both of them right now. He would
Yeah,
be really easy for him to replenish the forces, and the sister basically would have no chance. The only
ironically,
way
go ahead, sorry.
the only way I can see Colosseum throwing this is by making one unit from the summoning core and just trickling them one by one to the sister army to be slaughtered.
Ironically, now Colosseum has overbuilt his ore. He's making another
And
ore in his second city, and while being at +10.
and
And
we
as you
have
noted, what he would need right now is more cores to get that army back up.
wraiths being tech. He has unlocked them. He's opting to go for another heavy destroyer though, which is the better choice. So that's the first tier 5 tech he probably got. Unless he has... he does not have the cheaper rapid rise, or infantry armor, or ghost penetration. So that's probably the first tech he got at tier 5. Sister probably correctly deciding to not try to chase the last 2 units. Though he did find them by accident, going top to heal. And might want to go through towards the middle of the map. The third Deathmark unit that the Necron has also moved out of the city in the middle on a forest tile, and on a forest tile that doesn't have vision around it because it's a forest, and he already has vision there because of the outpost. Which makes me think he didn't put the snipers there for vision. He put the snipers there because he's moving them towards the sister. So that the unit trickling I was talking about might be happening in this game. Yeah, he moved the sniper topside. Maybe he's a bit impatient because he had a lot of units early game, and maybe he's slightly frustrated that he took a bad fight.
I don't think he wants to trickle units in though. What he needs to do
Yeah,
is rebuild his critical mass. And he
we
did
have a
teleport one
post.
sniper out.
Did he? Oh no, from the 2 snipers, one died to the Dominions last turn.
Oh, I see.
So he's down to the sniper on top, the sniper on middle, and 2 destroyers, now getting a wraith. And building some influence building.
I think we're gonna be seeing him lean heavier into raids right now, considering his low C science with no book. It's gonna be quite a while before he gets to Praetorians, and honestly, Praetorians trade well into most sister infantry, including whatchamacallit, the tier 7 sacrosancts.
I don't know how to produce them. Yeah, the tier 6 ones.
Yeah, but they really suck ass against Repentia. So it's as you noted when you asked me earlier what I think of the matchup of barges. Going vehicle might be the better option in this matchup for Necron, because while the early units are quite good, Praetorians, heavy destroyers, raids do not actually solve your issues against sister infantry.
Especially in this kind of map where Sister had a bit of an awkward start. A good barge push early on could easily take off a city, because barges do insane damage to cities with the +2 accuracy with a stalker unit to support behind. And they can also defend themselves versus sister infantry very well outside cities or forests in the open. Problem on that matchup is early Zephyrin, where with the Magifier support they can Melta very effectively. But to open Zeraphim instead of opening normally Battle Sisters into Dominions, you also need to know that the enemy is going Vikl. So could have been a bit of a coin flip for the sister player on how to open them. But I think going Wraiths right now and mass producing FQ, even though they're not very effective versus the sister, Wraiths are also kind of a win more unit because they regenerate, because they're very tanky, and considering there is no retributors on the side of the sisters and only one sister Repentia, there's not a lot of things that can kill them. So if he masses a lot, considering he has double the amount of production and sister doesn't have production.
Revenge should trade quite well into the raids. I think they should be able to two-shot, especially with buffs. But I don't. I mean, I don't think raids are win more. I disagree with that. You could say they're win more if you go for them as in spam raids. If you get a good matchup for them, yeah, you're gonna win more. But otherwise, you're gonna lose. But
Yeah, I'm
having
not saying
some of them mixed into the army against factions like Sisters can be quite good to pick off those healers, because otherwise, in a position with some favorable terrain, it can become really, really hard to actually pick off units, and you just slowly bleed out.
I agree that they have incredible uses because of their movement. And I'm not saying they are a mass build unit, but in this specific situation, if he mass builds them, because the sister has no production to keep up, and Wraiths are a good unit value-wise for their cost, he will be able to simply overwhelm sister. And Repentia trade well versus them, but they also take a lot of damage being zero armor units.
Yeah, but it's a 45 cost unit against 30, so Repentia on equal production win out quite hard.
Yeah, equal production, yes. Might we see the sister making more requisition buildings on both cities. We still don't see a third barrack, so the production seems it will stay very low for a long time. And we are at currently one Repentia or a sister, which are the basic units every 3 turns. While even with the 4 summoning course, you can make a Wraith every 2 turns. So he could mass them quite effectively right now. Saint is gonna be out in 2 turns as well. And the last sniper on top died as well. Sister successfully chased down and finished off the entire initial Necron force. Now he's probably thinking of getting some map control back.
Yeah, he's really hungry for those outposts that he's not been partaking in.
Retributors have been tagged, and we have the first Retributor coming out next turn. Swapping to Retributors, he didn't see anything other than snipers, immortals, and normal warriors, which are up to tier 3. So he has no idea what Colosseum could have. Maybe he's even thinking that Colosseum might have gone in for some sort of mixed build and he's transitioning into vehicles.
Yeah,
And
but
because
you always need units like heavy destroyers or retributors mixed in just to be able to threaten cities, heroes, stuff like that.
they also combo very well with the Saint being a very good unit versus infantry. And you want some units to be able to tackle heavier targets slowly behind to be able to retreat back to. And he has some dominions as well to take care of infantry for now. We still don't have Imagifiers being backtacked, not getting them instantly on tier 2. And
We might be
After the
seeing
sync,
some more barracks finally from Bulky. I think his rack is gonna be fixed finally, and we might be seeing even double barracks, except for the energy issue that he has right now, which means that he's not gonna be able to keep producing hospitallers if he doesn't build some energy. But I guess it can wait a little bit more. I think the correct call for him here is just adding his third and fourth barrack at this point.
probably, or to conserve a bit of energy and to keep his unit, the building producing more units, he should probably backtake Magifiers as well. Now that he has
Yeah,
a bit of a larger force, they can also affect the units by giving them damage reduction, pushing into cities, or even some movement for reinforcements coming up. We're getting more wraiths. We're getting with backtech a royal pyramid from our Necron, making a royal pyramid on his starting town.
interesting choice. Maybe he smells. I'm beginning to suspect that Colosseum smells the Celestine because that hero might be meant as a stun grenade stick. I see
That
no
could
other reason to add a hero this late. Maybe a Cryptek I could see some value, but like, what is he gonna chrono? Like raids? It's okay, I guess, but I don't think it's worth getting so late just for that. So I
the
suspect stun grenades, personally.
stun grenades, and maybe if he makes the Cryptek, he could also lower the morale, which would disable the Acts of Faith from sister units. But that's very niche and not very applicable with the numbers of units sisters normally have.
And he's going really heavy on the influence, even making an influence building in his energy city instead of more energy, which is an interesting choice. Colosseum is definitely on the more unconventional side as far as
He's
naming
actually
players
getting
go.
an influence building on his source city, and he has already made an influence building on his main city too.
Yeah,
So
on a
maybe,
40% ore tile, no less, while he has grassland nearby,
yeah,
which is
I think we
again
might
interesting
be,
choice.
I think we might be looking at a second backtech into Destroyer Lord and a lot of influence to gear him up. I don't see otherwise why he would invest on so much influence in this stage of the game.
Yeah, unless he read the Celestine and it's a stun grenade, he's gonna buy 3 stun grenades and win that way. In which case, I think it's a fair deduction. Okay, he's too city, he has small army, so low barrack count. I just need to counter the Celestine, then I win.
There is not in any position to attack yet. The Saint is out.
Even building an influence in his second city instead of adding more cores. But I guess this lets him ignore ore and energy and focus elsewhere. Um,
Sister is finally building a third barracks on the second city. Better late than never.
yeah, and I think we're gonna be seeing another barrack on the main city. Or at least I hope we will be seeing that.
We are at a +0 influence for the sister player, so there is no way that Saint is ever getting geared up. So I think he will just focus on producing infantry and some barracks and use the sister as a battering ram to be able to go in, take Overwatch, be the spearhead of his push after he has enough units and possibly feels that he has enough to attack. And with only 4 summoning cores, still better than the barracks that sister has. But Colosseum is taking a long time to rebuild units. He only has 4 units on the field currently. So if the sister moves, the saint moves fast and he discovers where the city is, he can actually start sitting the city and do some damage with some retributors coming in.
Yeah, but I think he's still not really in a position to siege, which is what's kind of saving Colosseum right now. Because as you noted, losing that whole army was harsh. 4 cores were a lot on turn 20, but on turn 46, they're decent-ish, but nothing amazing. Certainly not something that will rebuild that kind of army size fast.
Also, Colosseum, not expecting to be attacked early, is splitting his units around and killing some neutrals. So if he is a bit unlucky, we might see a potential unit snipe. I could see the Wraiths and the next one coming out, for example, going for the Siren Caster, being spotted by the sister units on the forest and being taken out, which would really hurt him at this stage of the game if he goes blind with a few units at random places to just try to get a few more outposts now that he doesn't have map. Oh, sister finally found a single city from the Necron plane, and cannot see the heavy destroyers yet.
Yeah,
Have
right now
heavier,
he just wants to farm up his Celestine. It seems he has a tasty enslaver to finish here. Although in his position, trying to stall the game is not the best call onto City. Think like even though he's not ready, I think he should be looking for a fight right now after wiping out that army.
thing that is going his way is the technology advantage, having started with that book. He got infantry armor at tier 5, and he's in a better state. He was in a better state at Necron, but now with the 3 cities, Necrons have starting to catch up on technology too.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the low core count for Necron and not developing his energy eco and dual eco further. He really needs
Battles,
to replace his
but
army.
the Battle Sisters in the middle took Kai from the Necron, an outpost. So he knows there is a unit there. Let's see if he maybe tries to take advantage of that.
I mean, he does see a Dominion top, so he knows that at least to some extent the sister army is split. So it could be an opportunity. He does have
There are
some
some
nice cover.
to strike back, and a unit of the unit of the minion is too far. He really needs
A ballsy move on those raids. Gonna use the sniper to finish them off. But unbeknownst to him, or rather he knows actually that he exposed them to the Dominion, but just doesn't care.
considering the Repentia are currently the counter to his raids. Maybe he's happy trading, considering he doesn't know, but if he is guessing he has better production than the sister, he's happy trading some units that won't benefit him that much for some units that will benefit the enemy much more. So losing a death mark for a Repentia.
Yeah, but having no heavy destroyers at all against Celestine is also not a good place to be. But he doesn't know about the Celestine yet. The
I don't think he wanted to
anti-Celestine
lose.
build-up is just a theory at this point.
I don't think he wanted to sack his heavy destroyers. Maybe he was not expecting that there's gonna be 2 more dominions hidden
Yeah,
in the trees.
I mean he doesn't know about
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a surprise. But then again, how much how many units can Sister actually kill? They can kill one heavy destroyer, and then they'll be very hard pressed to kill another unit. I guess using the Sisters here, they could finish also the death marks, but it's
He
not like they can
can
do a ton.
he can heal the top dominion. Decided to heal the sisters. He could heal the top dominion for one model, and all the dominions have the extra penetration and damage. So I think they can two-shot the heavy destroyers and then kill the death marks with the third one and the sisters. I guess he can still do that if he moves this hospitaller top to heal the unit.
Uses the Retributors quite ballsily, maybe trying to bait for the Celestine. Goes for the snipers, gonna use the finish, and then probably 2 dominions to kill that heavy destroyer. Or can they? Yeah, probably if they pop ability they can.
Yeah, with the ability they can. He can also heal the 4 model one if he moves the healers next to it.
Yeah,
Oh, he healed
he could just go this, but opted not to do that.
He did not pop the ability and he did not kill the heavy destroyer. I don't know about this decision.
I'm not sure why, yeah, maybe he wants to save experience for Celestine, you know, wildlife farming.
That heavy destroyer is trapped, the other one isn't. And we kind of see what I was talking about. He, instead of staying in his cities trying to take have his advantage take a more noticeable effect, Colosseum decided to move out with 4 units and he paid dearly for it. He could have just stayed around his cities and he would not be losing any units right now.
He can still extract one heavy destroyer in the raids, but because so far he only lost the snipers, but he has no way to save this heavy destroyer, so 2 units for 1 is not a good trade.
And heavy destroyers are gonna be in a position that could still be chased. The only reinforcement he has is another wraith, and one coming out next time. I'm wondering if he's gonna decide to stay with the wraiths for one more turn to try to hit something. That would be very ballsy, because the dominions with their upgrade do around 5 damage to them.
Disbanded the heavy destroyers. Doesn't want to feed experience. I think he knows about Celestine.
Yeah. He probably has guessed it at this point, because the units took experience anyway that were close enough.
But yeah, that was what a sniper worth
And a heavy destroyer.
40 energy, and a heavy destroyer also worth 40 energy for Repensha, who cost, how much do they cost on standard?
I think 30.
40, yeah. So 80 resources for 40 resources. He does technically have double the production, so I guess in a way it's an equal trade, but not really, considering the actual army sizes at the moment.
Sister already had an army advantage after the entire Necron force was wiped, so these trades right now definitely don't benefit him.
Yeah, the only thing keeping him in the game right now, in theory.
And he did it again.
Yeah.
He just moved the wraiths, no Overwatch, because they're a melee unit forward.
But I mean,
while he knows the units are there.
I guess he knows that the sister can't really kill them, can't really punish them. But it's still Dabia's decision, because those raids will need to heal back up, even with the passive healing.
I don't understand the decision, because he doesn't have anything to counterattack if he would like to try to get an advantage or something. there's only the new Wraith is not gonna be in range, so he can only counterattack with like a single Wraith. So what was the point? What is he getting out of that? Taking the outpost for a single turn?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, like I was about to say, the only thing keeping Colosseum in the game right now is the fact that Sister cannot really siege effectively right now. Has no Melta bombs, only has one Retributor, so it's not like he can actually siege the city down effectively. But if the trend continues and Colosseum keeps bleeding units, even without proper tools for sieging, it's gonna be bad for Necron. And it's interesting how the tides turned, because Necron was in a very dominant position earlier in the game, and we were lamenting the fate of the sisters. But
He didn't
now,
know how to take uh, use of the spot he created for himself, and we saw that when he didn't
yeah,
prioritize at all getting his cities up, and he
shooting,
both delayed them.
dedicating like anti-infantry units essentially to try and shoot the city while ignoring the flamers around, um, was a bad call. I think it's fair to say that it was a bad call.
Sister is probably taking Melta bombs, but they are tier 4, so he's probably back taking Melta bombs now that he got infantry armor,
Yeah,
considering
if he had
uh,
Meltas, he could actually threaten a city kill.
with the book start and infantry armor being quite a few turns ago, it might be a few turns away from Meltas right now. So that's probably what is the plan, considering can still make ground because the enemy keeps throwing units. And that's basically the perfect timing to get Meltas on your way to the enemy city you want to siege, and then popping, hopefully, the turn you are ready to siege. Yeah, we say Destroyer Lord from the Necron. He has plus 34 influence per turn, so it's not gonna take that long to
Yeah, he built a lot of
give him up.
influence, but all of those influence and all that hero building, they could all be more chorus, more energy, more ore, more army, which would be much better than Destroyer Lord in 8 turns in this situation.
He doesn't have enough to be able to rapid rise, and even if he decides to rapid rise later, when the cost is lower, he might go against it because he will need the influence to gear up the Lord. Otherwise, it won't be very worth getting him in the first place if he's expecting a Celeste. He's taking a defensive position behind the city. Sister does know there is a second city there. So now Sister player has a decision to make, either going on the top city or trying to take that city out.
On one hand, it's quite an interesting game in the aspect of both BulkiVinkl and Colosseum are very experienced players, but they're both having a pretty weird game, I would say, with strange decisions, strange fights, and maybe we're seeing some of the nerves of playing a tournament game come into, because I do remember from the various tournaments that I played over the years in Gladius, even if there's no prize and such, you do feel a little bit more stressed than usual when you're playing a tourney game.
That's definitely true. You feel the people, especially their eyes are on you because they're gonna see the games, they're gonna see what happened, and you might
Yeah,
even feel that you're gonna be judged from the decisions you made, uh, or you might not wanna be seen as someone that is average at the game, or he shouldn't be on a tournament, and you're trying to perform, and by trying too hard, you're making mistakes that you normally wouldn't.
yeah, maybe.
And we've seen many of those in this game from both players. But he's getting his decisions correct right now. He's defending behind his city. He's keeping his units alive. He's waiting for the Lord, which could be his win condition versus Saint, getting some stun grenades, increasing the damage that the Saint takes with the Destroyer passive ability, and being able to wipe that Sister Force, because if the Sister Force gets wiped, it's gonna be much harder for the Sister to rebuild. Still on 2 barracks, the third one is gonna be coming in 2 turns, and he's not making a fourth one yet.
Yeah, opted for the energy to keep the Hospitallers coming, which honestly I think he could have delayed it a little bit more, but did decide to go safe. And keeps farming with Celestine, realizes probably that he cannot really siege a city with
Might
an
be
army inside.
waiting for the Melta bombs as well, considering they haven't been teched yet, and he could be taking them at this moment. And here we
Because
see that relic that I mentioned also at the start of the game. This relic could have helped Colosseum so much, and he just needed to take 2 of his starting force of some immortals or 2 warriors and just send them in this corner that was next to the force he had, and he could have this relic for like 35 turns now working for him.
yeah,
But he was too fixated on getting the force in the face of the sister player. So
the
he
sister
sidetracked.
doesn't really care about the loyalty onto city. He's in positive loyalty, but the Necron could really use the loyalty right about now. He's approaching -10 and is on
It's still a
-10.
plus to. It's still a plus to uh,
Yeah,
eco upgrade.
it's 2% eco,
Yeah,
which is, you know,
negligible, but it's
it's
something.
nifty, but it's
Yeah.
not comparable to Necron on -10 loyalty. You really like the +2 loyalty when you're on -10. Because the difference is if you're getting positive loyalty, one loyalty is 1%, but if you're in negative loyalty, one loyalty is 2%. So obviously the loyalty is going to be more valuable when you're actually negative.
Speaking of loyalty, Necron is getting the outpost next to his starting city that gives 20% loyalty. That will definitely help a bit, and that's the production city, so it's the most important city.
It's going to be a little
Thankfully,
bit, yeah.
thankfully, Necrons also get a lot of loyalty from their barracks, even the hero building. So 20% is more for them than a faction that would only have the 6 loyalty from headquarters. So that's pretty nice. We see another influence building being built on his second city.
Well, he just doesn't give up on that idea. I don't need no army. What I need is a geared Destroyer Lord. And I mean, if he got the read on Celestine, he might be right. But I think if you're making a Destroyer Lord, you really want that wombo combo with the Triptych, putting Chronometron on him. Because at that point, he is basically unkillable.
Has he actually seen the Saint yet?
I don't think he did. But multiple decisions that he made are pointing at knowing about Celestine and doing an influence plan to counter it.
Because if he had seen Celestine, he will also know that she has no items, right? And the heavy destroyers can kill her with 4 shots, Gareth. So she's not as scary as she normally would be because she doesn't have any items.
Yeah, they need 5 shots, and it's unlikely that he will
Yeah.
have 5 heavy destroyers. But yeah, you have a point, definitely. But I mean, the Destroyer Lord aura is nice for raids because raids are a range 1 unit that heavily rely on having access to enough range 1 tiles to actually finish units and get access to more tiles to finish more units. So the buff could be nice there, I imagine, in case they miss some 2-shot breakpoints and stuff like that.
Yeah, as you can see, the raids on Retributors, Battle Sisters, Dominion, units that have armor, unlike the Repentia that they killed earlier, they do less than 1/3 of the unit's HP.
They do very little damage, yeah.
They
They're,
have a very big problem versus armor targets, and it shows.
but at least the minions are not great against them. That's one thing going for them right here. But yeah, raids are definitely not gonna win you the game against Sister. So in that sense, I guess it's good that he has a backup, or rather another plan of investing into the Destroyer Lord. But Destroyer Lord is not considered a very good hero, honestly. He just, even if you gear him up with damage items, he's not gonna do a lot of damage. He's more of a aura bot and brick, which is of course very useful, as we can see on many factions via captains and primes and heroes like that. But the Destroyer Lord is quite expensive. It's 60 energy and 120 influence and a relatively high upkeep. Also being a tier 3 tech, I believe, which is an awkward tier because you already want triple techs on tier 3. You want loyalty, spider, and you want the energy increase. And then if you're going
And
for a Destroyer Lord, that's a fourth tier 3 tech.
he also has the death marks, which are a tier 3 tech. Going infantry, a lot of times death
Yeah,
marks are very useful.
full tier 3 build.
He doesn't need the loyalty buildings yet that much. He would be better making some summoning cores that he's not making, but it's definitely something you will backtech into. And I don't think he has the power tech. His power buildings are 6. Yeah, he
Ooh.
doesn't have the power tech on tier 3. But he's making a lot of power right now after a lot of time.
Plus 60 for turn 50 is not huge, but it's enough
Yeah.
to upkeep full course. But in an ideal scenario, the Necron would be up to 6 cores at least at this point, I believe. Yeah, turn 52.
It's it would have definitely added up more if he had teched it earlier. And if you need snipers very fast, and then heavy destroyers to follow up to be able to tackle different units, you can also backtake it after you unlock destroyers at tier 4, getting spiders, then death marks, then destroyers, and then straight to power.
Yeah,
He decided not to.
I mean, he could have
Eh,
a pretty nifty army to combat Sister. Like, imagine if he didn't lose those snipers, he could have them in positions here or wherever, sniping
mhm.
the Sister on approach and combining their damage on the range 1 damage of raids to actually finish units effectively. Um, so,
The Necron army combos very nicely with its other immortals in the front, some snipers, some heavy destroyers behind,
yeah,
and maybe one or two wraiths to take out opportunity
I
targets
tend
if
I
the
tend
enemy
to
has.
think of the Necron infantry line similar to Tau, as in a combined arms army. It's not as obvious because you don't have the cooldowns, so it's less pronounced that you need to be methodical about your fights. But as you noted, yeah, the units cover each other's bases very well, and you actually get a lot of versatility. The weakest point of the Necron infantry roster is dealing with heavy armor targets, such as like with big HP pools, because at that point, heavy destroyers without support have issues doing enough damage. But even then, you get Praetorians, you get Scorpex later, you can go into Stalkers to support those heavy destroyers, so it's not like you don't have tools. And yeah, the Necron infantry line has a lot of tools.
It's easy to mistake Necron infantry for a lot of people that you just mass one unit and you don't combo them because the units themselves individually are strong. So some people might not need uh, feel the need to do so, but they cover quite different
Even
damage profiles.
the most
Yeah.
basic combo, like the most cookie cutter Necron infantry build is heavy destroyers into Praetorians, where you usually have enough time to produce like between 6 and 8 heavy destroyers, and then you get Praetorian tech, you spam out some Praetorians, and then you go engage with that mixed Praetorian and heavy destroyer army. And like it's so much better than just having one of those units. Like just pure Praetorian is not gonna, or pure heavy destroyer is never gonna do as well as a mix. It's just not gonna happen because the range two and the ability to actually do a lot of damage to heavier targets is very important to keep Praetorians functioning effectively, to not take up too many actions to finish units, to free up tiles to jump into, etc.
We have, instead of Melta Bombs, we have Penetration upgrade for Sisters, for short range weapons, for the Dominions, and it also works on the Battle Sisters and the ranged attack of the Saint. Uh, that is an interesting choice.
Yeah,
It does help the Dominions versus Wraiths quite a decent amount because they start with one armor penetration, now they get to two.
yeah, I think
And popping their
it's the
ability.
better choice here because Melta would objectively only be useful in city sieging, and at this point the game is not gonna be won by blitzing a city down with Melta bombs. It would just be like a small tool added to his arsenal while getting that upgrade, permanently upgraded uh, dominions, which are a unit that he's probably gonna want to keep producing to at least some extent.
You could also opt to clear one or two or four, one, two forest tiles to be able to reinforce faster. But he has not cleared any forest tiles, even though he has multiple hospitallers. He has 3 right now.
And Colosseum
To,
is doing what you should do if you have an army with no overwatch when defending. He left the city wide open and empty while positioning his raids behind it and in position to actually swoop in when Sister commits. And the downside is, of course, that he will take some damage from the city and Sister will get some city tiles. But the alternative is putting the raids here and just giving him basically a free turn to mash on them.
yeah, it's important to have your melee fast units in alpha strike range when your city soaks up the first turn of combat. But it's also good if he would still have a few units that had Overwatch if he didn't lose his entire starting army, so he doesn't give the city tiles for free to the enemy. A few immortals in city tiles would be able to stop the first strike from going into the city, and then he would be able to move in with the raids and also
That would have been
having.
more optimal, but as long as the army is what it is, that's probably the best thing to do. But Bulky does move units into position and sees those 2 units, so he knows what's up. He knows which direction the counter will be coming from and positions in order to prepare for it. Still
The only
hiding
unit
that Celestine.
the only unit Colosseum can see is the Retributor that shot the city, and he knows there is a healer behind it because he did heal the Retributor unit. But other than that, he will be going in blind if he decides to go in this turn. He doesn't have to go in this turn because a single Retributor will take a long time to siege the city. So he can wait it out a bit more, see if the enemy tries to envelop around the city,
And it
exposes more
seems
units.
that this is what he's actually gonna do, which is a ballsy move, honestly. But maybe he's thinking, okay, so I don't think I can win this fight right now. I'm gonna go farm. Which, I mean, I think it's not a bad move to wait more, but moving so far out of position to not be able to actually defend the city if BulkiVinkl decides to actually move in, that's quite ballsy.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. He should wait for the enemy to uh, invest more into this push before he goes in, but he should be in position to instantly tackle back when that time comes.
I mean,
And now if
what did he gain
yeah,
by this maneuver? He took a Jokeiro outpost, which is it's nifty, but it's turn 54. You don't really care. It would be much better if he just put those units like here, something like this, and in position to actually swoop in. Because BulkiVinkl decides to go in here and take all this space. What is he gonna do?
if Sister moves in right now, he also gets a completely free siege turn without anything hitting him back except for the overlords of the city.
I mean,
Because nothing's generating.
he doesn't know that Colosseum moved so far out of position, so maybe he will keep some units on Overwatch. But still, I think that's a strange play.
Saint is in range to be able to jump in. He could have been waiting for an item, but I don't think that's the case because he has +2 influence and he's still at 29.
Nah,
So that's gonna take a while.
he can't even afford bracers. But I think Colosseum might be thinking of rapid rising the Destroyer Lord next turn. Maybe he's waiting for that. But yeah, like as you can see, Retributors are in position. They're gonna deal 12 damage once they're stationary per turn, and Colosseum has no spiders to heal. It's also hurting
He
his
popped
eco.
the extra accuracy, do the 12 damage. But they will do consistent damage, and Colosseum will be forced to either react to this or just lose his town for free.
Yeah, like the positioning of the raids makes me think that yeah, he's gonna rapid rise the Destroyer Lord and go in after that. But the Destroyer Lord is still not gonna be in position to actually go fight when it's out. So that's a lot of turns of free hits on the city that has no spider to repair it.
He also gave the sister player another turn, and he moved around his troops in a much better formation. Because on the top side we had a Retributor unit and the healers on these two tiles and another Retributor. So it would be good targets for Ace to go in. But now if Ace go in and just meet the Celestine and Sisters and Dominions are not gonna do effective damage on Retributors that he would want the damage to be at. And the Melta Bombs could very well be on the way if he takes too many turns.
Yeah, if he
When
gets Melta
when the city
bombs and
is
bombs
about to
the
die,
city uncontested, it's GG. Or rather, it's a dead city, let's say. And by extension, probably GG.
he's gonna lose all his advantage if the city goes down. Soon, the sister will eventually get his fourth barrack in 2 turns.
And he's still farming. I mean, is
He
he
did not,
actually deliberately sacrificing that city or what's going on? It would be a
no
very
rapid
strange
rise,
choice.
and no rapid rise on the Lord, even though he has more than 200 influence. It costs 30, and every
Yeah,
turn really counts right now.
it would be very cheap to do so. So it's. I think he should do it. Do it, Colosseum.
He's
Just
having
click.
ore problems right now because of the distraction as well.
Yeah,
Not only from the distraction, but because of army size as well. So he's on a timer before it goes negative.
and Celestine goes in. I don't think he can afford to lose that city, but by the looks of it, he's just gonna lose it.
Melta bombs just broke.
Yeah, Melta bombs online. So that city is doomed.
Can
It's
do the 10% damage on Dominions as well. He did not do it. I
saving
guess
it up.
he's keeping it for the fight.
Yeah.
Should be enough with the 2 Retributors. He needs to heal the top Retributor.
Sometimes it's best to actually leave the city alive because at this point it's a negative net of resources, but does opt to kill it. And let's take a look at Colosseum Eco without the city.
Negative 20% from
Ooh.
ore. It was
Yeah,
his ore city after all.
and he's
And that's gonna.
building more influence in his main instead of ore, and adding ore in his energy city.
And the Wraith and the Lord also 3 upkeep each. And after Sister used so many actions to take down the city, he has nothing in position to try to do a counter. Not that he would be able to do anything, because he only has Wraiths, and Wraiths are not good versus this amount of armor. And he has also split off a single one of his Wraiths to actually get outposts near the top side of the map, which at this point of the game is very questionable. He might be preparing himself to go into negative war economy because we might see him cancel the war and build more power, considering he has a lot of influence buildings already, and try to live by rapid rising units.
But yeah, he tagged Cryptek, so I guess his plan is to gear up that Destroyer Lord and add a Cryptek, but it's gonna be too little too late.
He's getting a spider to be able to heal this city, which the sister player has vision of. Celestine is now level 4 too.
And Sister is gonna finally be on 4 barracks next turn, which means that we will have parity in production. At which point it just starts to look very grim for the Necron player here.
We see no armor piercing tech for the raids, no faster healing for the raids, no Praetorians being tech.
Yeah, those are all options that could help him out a lot in dealing damage and surviving damage. Because
Now that the
the
system,
nifty thing about going for raids with Necron is that you can do a melee build. You can just focus on spiders with scarabs into raids, into Praetorians, into Skullpack, and then this means that you get to skip the Heavy Destroyer tech on tier 4 and the Gauss AP tech on tier 5 because you don't need those. You do need to tech Living Metal, which is an extra tech you don't usually tech.
yeah, for the raids at tier 3.
But still,
Uh,
it's tech-wise, it's more convenient than actually including Heavy Destroyers because including Heavy Destroyers means you also want the Gauss AP. That tech does quite a big difference for their damage. Um, So yeah, if there's a matchup where you don't want Heavy Destroyers, it's a build I like to do because Spiders with Scarabs are also quite amazing units, honestly. They're decent fighters, they're decently tanky, they clear terrain, they repair, and they're basically a barrack because if you have the resources to support it, they produce a unit every 5 turns.
yeah, and sister, after all the problematic things with the start and everything, now has almost every necessary tech he needs for an infantry build. He could backtech Imagifiers to add 1 or 2 in the army. It would be very useful. And he's set to keep producing into victory if he produces 1 or 2 more barrack now that he has a bank of 200 requisition floating and he's not in a position to get any other city. It's gonna be definitely the
Yeah,
way to go.
he still cannot support much more Rex at the moment because if you calculate a little bit how much he needs to keep building units and buildings in his city with plus 40 income, it's not enough to actually support it long term. So he does need to add more rec in order to be able to pump more barracks. But as more experienced players often do, he's probably thinking, okay, I'm gonna fight soon. If I don't win the game, I'm gonna lose units. Losing units is gonna free up requisition upkeep, and adding that barrack will actually be better than building a rec right now in the long term.
Yeah, and he's on the position, especially considering Colosseum gave him a free city. Uh, the mindset will probably be he doesn't have an army that can fight me, otherwise he wouldn't have
Yeah.
given me a free city. So I should attack now.
So he bought a vest, a concealed weapon system, a bracer. So we're not gonna be seeing any stun grenades, which I think is a mistake. Because getting 2 stun grenades would basically neuter Celestine for the fight and mean that she also cannot zone. While I don't think that the army that Sister has can kill the Destroyer Lord anyway. How do
The
the
units cannot kill the Destroyer Lord, but he also needs to be able to focus and kill the sister units because the units he has don't kill the sister unit. So
but
the Saint might be a roadblock, but if the Retributors are left to keep attacking, that's the biggest problem he has right now.
like the concealed weapon system is a waste, I think, because if you look at how much damage the Destroyer Lord actually does, and how many attacks he actually has, because he only has 1 weapon with 2 attacks. So the concealed weapon system is gonna be adding half an attack basically to it. So it's gonna be, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're not buying an X, I don't think there's much point in adding a concealed weapon system. Just go full tank, block units, and use that aura to increase damage of your army. that's the best use of the Lord.
No, he did get the aura and the charge.
Come again?
He did get the distraction aura and the charge to move in. He has been blocking his tiles with wraiths for now. We might see a wraith go down this turn, and then after that we could see the Lord take his place by jumping to that tile.
Yeah.
But I still don't see how the Necron player building only raids will kill the sister units. It wouldn't be bad in the state he's in right now, because he's in the city defending as well, to build one or two death marks or one or two immortals to be able to deal more consistent damage to units from range
Yeah,
2.
and he definitely needs some range, especially considering this choke point here with the cliffs, the wireweed, the forest. It does mean that, okay, we have a pause coming in. It does mean that that Sister will have issues pushing into this choke point and killing units effectively. But it does also mean that the raids will have issues killing any worthwhile units back with the limited space, because the cliffs do prevent melee attacks. And this is favorable for Sister, because Sister has range units that can contribute to damage in this limited space.
Yeah, I think if Sister also takes that tile, it's gonna be really hard to basically push in everything. You will only have access to hitting the unit here and here, and nothing else. No, and here, I guess.
Yeah, and the Sister can just fill all those tiles, and then the raids can only skirt the edges, which means that they won't actually get the tiles needed to finish any units. Which means that
And
it's just a losing battle. Okay, it's
oh,
the Overwatch. Heals
and
up.
Sister having access to healing. If you don't finish units off, like the Necrons, he will be able to take a unit back, replace it with something else for the next turn, and heal that unit back up.
And look,
He has 3 healers as well.
look at that choke. Like those two tiles are basically useless for the Necron right now. There's no way he can kill this unit without killing this unit and this unit as well, which basically starts to become impossible.
We have the one Wraith kill already,
Yeah, and
moving the
he's
unit.
probably saving a unit to move into that tile.
Yeah,
It's
this
his
one has the
sisters.
movement. This unit of Battle Sister has the movement to do so.
Yeah. And at that point, he just commands the choke. He might not be able to kill a lot of raids per turn, but they're definitely not gonna be able to kill any units either. So looks grim. Let's see what the Necron can cook up. Colosseum did say in the chat earlier, they had a little bit of a banter that he's thinking very hard. I personally think that he's maybe overthinking it a little bit, considering some decisions. But with that Destroyer Lord in play, can we see him
He's definitely
take some wins back?
overthinking it when he decided to, instead of dropping 2 or 3 more summoning cores, drop 3 to 4 influence buildings and go into Destroyer Lord.
Yeah,
If he
and
simply had the numbers, infantry tech, extra infantry armor has pop. But that is only useful for the Lord, because the Wraiths have big armor.
and again, like he had an ideal start for a standard cookie cutter Necron game. He has a main city with production and loyalty, which is perfect for spamming cores. He had an ore city that he decided not to take in favor of that science city that he sacrificed. And then he also has a great energy city that he decided to use to build influence and war. And like at turn 58, he could have 6 or 7 cores. He could be tacking into temple units or air units. He could be on Praetorians, maybe on Scorpex. And like, but instead of that, he has a Destroyer Lord, and all that influence that he built means that he was able to afford a Vest, a Bracer, and a Zod for the Lord. And I mean, the Lord is gonna be a great unit, but is it gonna win him the game? I don't think so.
Here we see the choke situation. he can go in because the wraiths can move behind everything, but he simply doesn't have, without any ranged units, the damage to finish off any targets. And if the targets are not they don't go down, they will simply be healed.
He does manage to utilize the city attack to kill this unit, and I think he's going for the correct play, the best play that he can do in the situation that he is in. He's just gonna probably envelop that army, try to hurt as many different units as he can, prevent efficient movement, prevent efficient healing, and hope that he can grind it down. But we'll see what he does with the rest of the units.
Two more
I
raids, so
think the
good
correct play
movement.
would be putting one here and one here, and then the raid from the back into the city tile. And then he has a nice envelop, he can hurt many different units and leave them in a position to actually get killed next turn.
Decides to hit the front unit instead. He cannot finish it off.
Okay.
So
But
I don't know about this decision, but
healing it
it's
is also gonna be a little bit complicated. But yeah, I think enveloping the army further and just hurting these units each by one attack would have been the better move here. And for all the bashing that we did, it does not look that bad for the Necron right now, with the shot morale and the hurt units. Because never forget that the Caesar is still on 2 cities, only recently went up to 4 racks. So the Caesar army is, speaking for turn 58 standard, pretty small.
we're gonna see now what the sister can do at hitting things back. He does have access to the abilities of the units because they're not on cooldown, but he needs to get some morale to be able to use them. The problem is it's not easy to get morale versus low model tanky units if you don't have an easy kill, which he doesn't have right. And not having those abilities being able to be used right now, like the accuracy or the AP onto the minions, will also hurt his chances of getting those kills. So that's probably the most important turn.
The nice thing about raids in this situation is that they completely mitigate one of the greatest pros of getting Celestine, which is limiting via zone of control, limiting movement. They just don't care about that. And usually, like, why is Celestine so strong? It's a combination of being practically impossible to kill, with some items one-shotting units, 1 unit per turn, and being able to get anywhere and access any unit to right-click, while also being able to go anywhere to block access to the units, to the army behind. And raids just don't care about the last part.
He, I think he can kill this wraith by getting the sister to jump
He still
in
does not
range.
have the melee AP upgrade, which is a little bit sad. That would help him out a lot.
Yeah, on the raids. He is probably taking it right now. But he couldn't wait that much more.
I mean, it's a decision on tier 7. Do I want to get Praetorians or do I want to get melee AP first? But when your army is like just raids and the fight is going on right now, you usually want the immediate upgrade as opposed to a new unit that will take some time to actually get produced.
Contributor coming in. That's actually going to help him get his morale back by killing that wraith.
Yeah. But still, I think we're looking at 2 raid kill stops here. But it all depends on the positioning. Can Bulky move his units into good positions to get healed and be in good positions to fight, keep fighting while not getting killed by the raids? It could go both ways. Because the
Yes, he can trim some Wraith numbers down. He won't be able to get surrounded that much.
yeah, he can
So
kill
it's gonna
one more Wraith and hurt maybe another, but then he's gonna he's gonna lose one sister. He's probably gonna heal this Retributor next turn. It still doesn't look amazing for the Necron, I guess. But it also doesn't look amazing in the sense of the sister being able to actually siege down another city. But Necron is looking sad. He has 10 ore in the bank and he's at minus 19, which means his ore is gonna crash even if he keeps losing rates.
trying to figure out if he can finish this Wraith off with the Retributor and some chip damage, hoping the accuracy on this Battle Sister, but sadly it's not enough. He'll have to kill it. It's not a bad decision.
Goes for the sister heal, which is interesting. I think the
Still,
Retributors are more valuable here.
and forced to attack with a healer instead of healing to finish off that unit.
Yeah, that's good for the Necron player, but he is down to 4 rates right now, and the Destroyer Lord, a heavy Destroyer unit, a Spider, he will not be able to kill
I will have Saint at level 5 now. He got the AoE damage reduction aura first, which is much better in this situation considering Saint herself is not going to die.
Forgot about the city attack. That does help him. Maybe he will be able to kill more than 2 units, which I think is what he needs. He needs to get some kills this turn to be able to actually beat this back. And probably almost definitely will go, yeah, for that Retributor. Opts to leave the Destroyer Lord where he is, which is interesting. I would have
Finish the
liked...
Retributor with the heavy destroyers instead of the Wraith there. Maybe he doesn't want to live so far out of the city because the Wraith...
It does seem that way, because otherwise it would be nice to see the Destroyer Lord move out and actually zone some of those dominions. Decides to go for a healer unit, which is an okay pick, but not very valuable this turn because there are no hurt units right now. But still, decent turn for the Necron. It does look like he will beat this back. But with his ore situation, I don't know.
Not gonna have that much problem with morale this turn. Only one unit is shaken. And the unit cannot use the ability. It's on cooldown. Yeah, the Necron is negative on ore, so he will have to rapidize units, but doesn't have that much influence in the bank. He can rapidize maybe the next one, and then he's gonna be out. So everything will be producing slower. And he's not gonna be getting his ore back anytime soon with a single ore building on the second town.
No,
Not even...
I don't think he wanted to lose that third city. I'm still baffled at his decision to completely abandon the defense.
There is probably just...
He could actually resettle an ore city. Maybe this is the opportunity to right the wrongs and actually get the city that was intended for him.
Even if he settles a third city right now without turning off a few buildings, he's still gonna be on negative. Plus the loyalty malus. So I don't know if it's the play right now to get the third city, which, except for the starting buildings that are strong, giving you a lot of resources, it's gonna take a long time to pay itself back. I don't think we're gonna see that. I think it's gonna keep the
you do get the HQ ore just from settling it, and then you get to build ores as your first buildings, possibly even rapidize them, considering he did build all that influence. So I think like if he beats this back, it's still the right play to resettle at this point. Or I mean, he could go for negative war economy, but on only 4 cores, that's gonna be basically mean that he's gonna be producing very little units very soon.
He's still only on the negative 20%, but soon enough, it's gonna be taking more than 4 turns to get the data.
For anyone who doesn't know, basically when Necron runs out of war, he starts losing everything. In his cities, his population starts, limit starts going down, so populations start dying, production goes down, ore, energy, influence, science values go down, everything goes to shit. But there is a strategy of going for negative ore and not bothering with ore by basically overbuilding production buildings. But it's a very niche build. It's something you can do to end games. If you're like, okay, I'm gonna end this game very soon and crash my ore to do it to produce an amazing amount of units. But yeah, this is not the situation right here.
We have the Destroyer Lord going in. The sister has placed his units very well, not giving enough spaces for the raids to finish off units.
Yeah, this is not good at all because he will not be able to finish off any units and he'll be able to heal all those back up. Maybe not
Only to heal.
up to full, but I mean,
The healers left only on this side.
I
But,
guess
yeah.
the healers are only 4 HP. I guess I overstated it a little bit. He's gonna be able
Sisters
to
don't
heal.
have that much HP though. They're 12 max 11 on the other.
Yeah,
So healing.
it's gonna bring
Uh,
two models per heal of
Yeah.
Retributors back,
Yeah.
which is still significant. But thank God we nerfed it in the mod, because in vanilla the heal is the Hospitaliers are on 3 models, which also means they're tankier, I believe, have more HP, and they also heal 6 instead of 4, which means 50% of a sister unit instead of 33.
We're gonna finish off these heavy destroyers with the battle sisters. Get the morale back.
Can he kill another? I think he can.
With the stationary retributors. Yeah.
Needs to probably use 3 units to do it, but yeah, he can. And then he's up against 3 raids and a Destroyer Lord. Question is, can he lose more units next turn?
We still have a second hit directly. The Dominion can die. Next turn, the Retributor can die. I think he's gonna lose 2 units if he commits.
And there's 2 units of Repansha ready to reinforce next turn. If Colosseum leaves units in range.
Yeah, switching half his production to Repentia, half into Retributors. Very good decision right now. Repentia do very well versus the raids for their cost. Still no Imagifier or Imagifier backtech, which would help tremendously, having even a single one.
Let's see, Colosseum needs to kill 2 units here, 2 Retributors to be able to actually beat this back.
Can kill 2 Retributors by moving this Wraith here. Killing this unit with the 3 raids.
Yeah, he needs 3 raids, and then
the Lord and the new Wraith that just came out replaces
those,
this
yeah.
one and kills this one.
It should be possible, yeah.
Or the Lord and the 2 raids in front. That's also a way to do it.
But the Repansha are gonna run in and kill a raid next turn. This one, which is gonna be sad, and then can he kill one more? Probably with the 2 Dominions he can. So 2 raids down. And
still the Saint as well, does almost half the damage of a raid.
So I think Necron is fighting a downhill battle here. When he has only 2 raids and the Lord left, he's not gonna be able to actually kill any units as long as BulkiVinkl is careful about the position.
I would like to see the Saint maybe diving to this tile with the units behind to try to cut off the Lord from being close to the Wraiths. The Wraiths will still be able to get where the Lord is, but the Lord, for 3 more turns, he cannot jump. So he won't be able to get close to the town. He did jump the Saint right there.
And reaches level 6, gets the Emperor's Vengeance, which is very nice for him.
It's also a free action. Might be able to finish the Wraith with that.
It's a great
But it
little
does.
buff for this combat for him.
It's not very good versus single or low model units. But it might help him finish off a unit here and there.
Yeah, and every little attack can count. 4 damage,
Decides to take off a
nothing to
model.
scoff at. So I guess
That is that decision might not be the very best this specific time because the heal of the Wraith is gonna get the second model back anyway.
And he can Necrodermis, he has the influence to do it on this one next turn to get it back up to 2 models. But I don't think the Necron can keep fighting back here. Especially not on 4 cores, on negative war. I think we're looking at the beginning of the end.
I think he's probably going to call the GG before the next Wraith comes out.
Well, Colosseum is quite stubborn when it comes to surrendering, but if he loses those remaining units, there's no way out anymore. Getting 1 raid per 4 turns, basically.
The sister did detect the Sacrescence at tier 6. He has not decided to backtech different support units, but he does have access to a unit now that if he starts making a few, the Necron forces that are available right now won't be able to kill it at all. So that will definitely bring the end.
Yeah, it was quite an entertaining game in the end. I guess imperfect games can be even more fun than perfect games sometimes.
We saw a bad start for the sister, Colosseum taking advantage of it, being very fixated on that advantage that he overstayed his welcome. And then
I wouldn't say overstayed. The deal breaker was when he went into that cover on the right of that main city of the sisters and started focusing the city with ineffective attacks while exposing all his units to slowly get grinded down. He was in a very dominant position up to then.
Yeah.
If he
when I say overstayed his welcome, is because he didn't retreat when he had to. When he saw that he is not gonna do enough damage, he could have cut off his losses and go back.
The poke was understandable at that point to try and get into the city, but he should have recognized that, okay, this isn't gonna happen. I'm just gonna get shreked, get my units shreked if I keep doing this.
In this turn, he only killed a single Repentia, and we're definitely going to see. He could have used the Hospitalers to clear the forest so he can use the Retributors and attack the Wraith from the tile behind without the Retributors having to move. So he missed quite a lot of damage there. That Wraith could have died. It can still die.
It's still gonna die due to Celestine, probably. Just does this, moves Celestine into that tile, and it's dead.
Celestine and Repentia healing twice could have also severely damaged this Wraith. So it's definitely a small misplay. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, at this point, Sister knows that Necron is cooked. He just killed his whole army, sees the Destroyer Lord that pushed deeper, so basically has no escape. I mean, he can jump into turret.
He's so far away from the city that he can
And
potentially be encircled again
Colosseum
after
lost
the jump.
so much that he's actually back on positive war back, so that's good in a way, at least.
Well, he's back in positive ore until the next turn that the Wraith is gonna come out and he's gonna have 0 ore again. But it does give him a slight breather because the negative goes steadily and not straight away at 50%.
Yeah, but like let's look at the trades here. He traded in what, 6 raids and 1 heavy destroyer, or 5 raids and 1 heavy destroyer, something like that, for what? 3
Uh,
retributors and whatchamacallit,
a
repentia
Battle Sister
and a battle sister, yeah.
and one of the 3 healers. So a Hospitaller, a Sister, a Repentia, and 3 Retributors.
I mean,
Numbers around the same, but the rates are more expensive.
yeah, and the raids are all he had, while the sister still has more units and more units reinforcing, while the Necron was a negative war and unable to actually pump any units. So I think it's the influence that did him in, building all that influence and focusing his cities on not what they're strong at and what he actually needed to support more cores, but some influence gimmick plan to gear his Destroyer Lord and possibly get a cryptic that's not gonna come out for his GG anyway. I think that's what cost him the game ultimately.
Yeah. Instead of making more cores, ultimately, Necron infantry do have a slight hard time versus sister infantry, units to units, but he could have a lot more units, and this is a very good example of you should not mass produce wraiths versus things that have armor.
Yeah, it's an unfavored matchup for sure, for Necron infantry, but then again, the actual spawn and the actual game situation was heavily in favor of Necron, but some strange decisions allowed the sister player BulkiVinkl to capitalize on that and get back in the game. And Bulky did play well. We have to hand it to him. Like his start was not the best. His decisions were a bit strange early game, going for the Celestine instead of Third City, etc. Um, but but yeah, after he broke the siege and during the breaking of the siege, he did some good moves that let him get here, even on a much smaller Rex count due to the harsh spawn.
The same definitely helped, but not as impactful as it could be. The biggest turnaround of the game was when he managed to chase down and completely destroy the initial Necron. And then Colosseum making a bit of a mistake engaging when he shouldn't have and losing more units before
Yeah,
he could mass anything up.
it was just a snowball from that point on. The fight did look like pretty even in front of the city at the beginning, but ultimately with the healing and with the proper moves from sisters, um, it was a hard fight to take.
The reinforcements also from Sister consistent. Now he's getting his 6th barrack, while at that point Necron was negative on like 30% because of war, so he had no more reinforcements to keep up that fight anymore.
Blocks the Destroyer Lord that used his jump, I believe. Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. So it's gonna be hard to extract the Lord. He's gonna have to send those raids in, which is what Bulky wants to see, probably. And Bulky did lose a lot of units, but still he has an operational army while the Necron is forced to cover, basically. And Colosseum, why are you building influence, man? You're at 4 ore in the bank, -1 ore, and you're adding an influence. Why?
I think he's gonna crash again, so he's preparing some influence to buy, but I also think we might see the GG when the Destroyer Lord goes down, because he cannot replace him, and that's.
And it's
I wouldn't
also
say
why
the.
he's building the crypt, more or less.
I wouldn't say the Destroyer Lord is preventing the sister Admech to just move up and kill the base, but it's an attraction that.
Yeah, I think this is the last ditch effort from Necron. He needs to save the Destroyer Lord to stay in the game, and he knows it against a level 6 Celestine.
He's not
Um,
gonna even get a single kill on this turn. Just a wound, a retributor, and
and
repenting.
those are gonna get healed up pretty easily. Uses the Necrodermis in a last ditch effort. But we're easily gonna see 2 raids go down this turn.
Which will prevent the Lord from taking damage. Uh, and maybe he will get another jump to eventually jump him into the city, and maybe he will try to stall more at the city. But after the raids now have popped up, Sisters should just kill as many wraiths as he can and then simply go and destroy the city on top instead of trying to chase a single lord around. It will seal the deal much better. He also rebuilt some dominions. I don't know about that, considering he only has seen raids.
And the army upkeep at this point difference is quite big. Sister is on 35 upkeep, Necron is at 16. So we're looking at basically we need a miracle for the Necron to come back into this game at this point.
That's what we thought early on for the sister as well.
Yeah, but when army upkeep is 35 versus 15, there's only so much good moves can do and skill can do. The game, I always thought about like getting a good build that can produce enough units is what lets you actually play the game. If you don't have the unit count, you can't even properly play. You're reduced to running, trying to find some opportunistic picks. Um, you're just not in the game if you don't have the army.
I mean, after all, Warhammer is all about war, and the only thing the cities provide in this game, unlike a normal forex, is the means to produce and sustain more units. There is no
There's a word for it,
culture.
total war economy. Uh, Everything is boiled down to it's a real life concept. Like in World War II, for example, the economies of the countries that were in war were total war, which means that everything was devoted ultimately to military production. And this is what we see here. Probably like, Space Marines living in their city probably don't just need requisition to live, it's an abstraction of various resources. But those resources in the end for them, what the game is depicting, are all just geared towards getting out units to kill your opponent. That's what the game is about. And I think that it's what actually makes the game an actual good multiplayer 4X, because as anyone who has tried other 4X games um, in multiplayer knows, it's a behemoth that's unplayable unless you're super devoted.
It's more a more classic forex plays around also the social aspect of playing with a lot of people speaking at the same time, doing diplomacy or things like that, which are not present at all in Gladius.
Yeah,
Gladius is more of a
but
focused matched game.
mechanically, if you look at the game like Civilization 5, that's a game that I played a lot of. When you go play a multiplayer game, like at least 50% of the mechanics are basically not used or not considered. they're basically there just for show, or rather just for single player. Because like most games are just a domination victory in the end. There's really isn't any religious victories, cultural victories, science victories. It's all domination. Um, and there's probably a comment, sociologic or something behind that. Like, what do people who go play multiplayer reduce the games down to? Are we bloodthirsty as humans, etc.? But the result is the same. You have like a lot of mechanics that serve no purpose, and Gladius is just a much more focused game in this aspect, and it's what makes it an actual good multiplayer experience, in my opinion.
Yeah, Gladius focused on this one aspect, the detail of units have individual guns with multiple guns, compared to 4X games where a unit would have HP, damage, and armor or something, and you just do damage, negative armor. Uh, there's so much more uh, to play around on combat interactions in this game. It has much less of the social. Let's sit over the weekend to play like on a lobby of Civilization until we get bored for the social aspect in the labs.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. I
Yeah,
mean, Civilization 5 had like a private community of no leavers, of like vetted players and blacklist and etc., where you could get decent games in, but still, those games took like 7 hours, and I don't know, it just felt weird, to like come from single player Civilization where you built theaters and like national colleges and shit like that to a multiplayer experience where it's all reduced down to producing units in like antique or classic ages. It's just I don't know, just doesn't feel good to play. And if you look and if you look at like economies in Gladius, like it's when you learn the game, it starts to seem pretty simple, but everything has a purpose in it. Like maybe you don't usually build a lot of influence, like Colosseum did this game, but the influence that you get has a purpose and it has a value relative to what build you're doing, what game plan you have. There's no dead weight, is what I'm trying to say.
everything has its place, except for maybe food if you're doing a mono vehicle build.
Yeah, but
Uh,
that's again a
yeah,
decision and a resource that you could otherwise very well utilize effectively. But
it's
yeah,
a well-made small game that the developers, when they made it on how it would be played, they designed it very well.
yeah,
And
they did. It's a shame they didn't keep it up with the DLCs because the DLCs are really bad design. There's no way around it. Like balance-wise, I mean.
maybe the initial developers of the game are no longer working into the DLCs that this game makes anyway. So the
Yeah,
people that had the ideas and the vision now are doing something else,
it's
and they just have.
definitely low effort now because they're focused on Zephan and they're a very small studio. I think it's like 4 people or something like that. And they also get um, a lot of supervision from Slytherin, their publisher, because that's directly related to Games Workshop interference and guidelines on you should do this and this way because 40k. So like mm, if you look like at the Primaris DLC, their hands were tied. We suspect like just it was just Games Workshop stepping in and make these units cool to play. Um, but also yeah, they making and publishing a game is a lot of effort and like they were working on Zephon for quite some time. It's reasonable to assume that they just stopped stopped how do you say it, pouring
That much
resources
attention.
into actual balance design.
Well, it's a good thing that their initial design the baseline for this game to work and everything. It was done so well that
Yeah,
now we
the
in the
game systems.
community, yeah, we can adjust the smaller things for the better after the experience we have, because the fundamental systems are here and they work.
Yeah, but like I don't know, people forget how good we have it nowadays. Because if you go and play vanilla, it's not a good experience anymore. When you actually get two players who know how to abuse the game, and play competitively in PvP, the game just gets super broken, and to the point of being unplayable in any serious manner. And even the mod that we have, took like years and years of other mods, other metas to learn the lessons on how it should be done. Um, so
I,
I don't
uh,
really know what I'm trying to say, but
I started playing the game right around when Eldari came out. I remember playing back then without the mod because I didn't know about. I guess I don't know if the community mode was even a thing back when Eldari came out. The game was definitely a different thing. Like the only thing I remember from back then is Eldar could make their second city on like 10, 7, 8. You would get the closest wave gate to the enemy player and just start spamming the original bounces, which were cracked.
and you know what was fun about Elder as well? You could pack units into a wave serpent. You could teleport the wave serpent through the gate, and the units in that wave serpent would not lose their actions.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that was nerfed or rather removed later, but it was so OP. And I started playing during Tau, and back then there was only vanilla, but the progression was after that we had Adozo mod into basically Origins, um, which is an unknown mod, and which that I'm basically not gonna get into because it would be too much explanation. And Ard mod, and eventually Vet mod as a replacement for Adozo mod. Uh, and then we got Commod. Basically, when Gladius was kind of dead, Majors started tinkering with stuff and following the discussions.
We do
And
have a small community that
but
has stayed in this.
the Commod is actually relatively young, is what I'm trying to say. It's like what been around for half a year, maybe a year, at least in the yeah, I think a year, at least in the shape that it is now. Because at the beginning it was just a suggestion for proxy, like how do you say it, a collection of changes from mods that we would like to see in vanilla. But then that got rejected, um, and Majors decided to do it instead, as a mod instead.
You have a reasoning for rejecting it, or they just didn't want to put more
That it was
resources
too
into the
much,
game?
that it was too radical, that they don't agree with this and that, because apparently they have some kind of balance guy who has his own opinions or something like that. Uh, I mean, it's rare that he actually considers stuff, but he did have a couple years ago a patch that combined some VAT mod changes, some art mod changes, and such after a big discussion with Rook from Proxy and the veterans at the time. And then those changes actually got ported into vanilla and are a part of vanilla now. And that was the hope what would happen with the initial community mod. Um, but yeah, back then
Similar,
they were not as occupied with Zephon either.
similar story. I used to play a lot of Company of Heroes too, and it had kind of the same problem of developers not doing the best changes or not doing changes at all for a very long time, to the point where we had to ban units from matchups or things like that. And eventually, we got to the point that Creative Assembly, sorry, not Creative Assembly, Relic, that has Company of Heroes, got a group of people from the community, and basically with them they made the newer balance patches until they, I think they kind of given up, and then the balance patches were made from the community by the community on that game.
Yeah, the original concept, the concept that we have now for community mod was actually my idea, and it was inspired by the elite mod of Dawn of War 2 community, more or less. Like even back in the Adozo mod days, which was around Elder release, I was looking at Dawn of War 2 because Deimos was getting into it at that time, and I was also thinking of starting to play, but then decided not to because RTSs are too stressful for my old ass. But anyway, I was looking at the elite mod and I was really impressed that what was basically a community effort and what was basically a big mod, big balance mod that made a game that was broken in its vanilla state into an awesome game that was beloved, that was a legend in the
Yeah,
gaming community. Because like Dawn of War 2 has been played for like ages. You have like tons of videos of tourneys of competitive games, and you know, even if I don't play
even
the
its
game,
campaign,
sometimes I just watch some vids, you know, because it's just spectacular to watch.
is to this day one of very fun favorite campaigns on RTS from players.
Yeah, the
Uh,
campaign is cool.
I go back and play again. Now in this game here, we're seeing Colosseum trying to survive in any way he can.
We are seeing Colosseum trying to reject reality, is what I would say.
He's even trying to get another city up with the spider on top left most of the map.
Yeah, he just doesn't give up uh, until he's down on the ground, basically.
Getting a, he is gonna he's gonna have problems with his population as well now because losing being negative on North will also reduce the population from the population building down to half of its original value.
I mean, let's be realistic here. There is nothing that Colosseum can do to win this
Yeah, yeah.
game at this point.
It's all just
Um,
thinking why what is going on.
yeah, I mean, he lost
What
a city top. I was trying to capture it with the camera while we were talking, but I didn't think that it was worth commentating, honestly. At this point, it was a pretty cool game. It was fun to watch. But at this point, it's just Colosseum coming to terms with the fact that it's over. I mean, maybe he realizes it, but just finds pleasure in trying to grind down his opponent, trying to make him work for it.
well in the thematic aspect of Warhammer, no faction would ever give up and surrender to the other side until the last guy died under the enemy armored boots. So
Yeah,
it is fitting,
I guess that's true. But you know, commentators have a life too. It's
and
fine.
his opponent is also in the game, not just us commentating the game.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's a tournament, you know. It's completely legit. If he wants to keep playing until he's gets the game over screen, so to speak, it's fine if he wants to do that.
He could still believe that there might be even some hope of winning, and until the last hope dies out,
I
he,
mean,
he
after having played and seen, spectated so many Gladius games, you just know when there's no chance. Like even if somehow, uh, by some extreme miracle, BulkiVinkl lost his army to Colosseum, he would have more than enough time to rebuild at this point. He would get so much eco by losing all those units, he could just add way more access And like even at this point, he's just, I believe he's out. Yeah, he's on 6 racks. He's plus whatchamacallit, Legistratum, whatever. So he's severely outproducing Colosseum. And Colosseum has some energy bank still, but eventually, if he wants to keep building, he's gonna not have enough energy to keep producing an expensive unit such as Raids. His ore is already crashed. So all this is to say, like, it's all good to be stubborn in the face of defeat, but at one point it's just over. And this is the point.
Obviously, he doesn't have any more chance in this game, but maybe he has that feeling inside him that he felt he was so far ahead in the beginning of the game, and he just doesn't want to accept that he left the game to turn so much around that from winning he has no chance.
Yeah.
I get the feeling because I've played, especially in RTS that is going faster on tournaments. You can feel you are ahead on the first 2 3 engagements, and then you see the enemy rolling the first tank before you on Company of Heroes 2, for example, and then you start questioning, how did I get here? I thought I was so far ahead.
Mm. I know the feeling. I did play a lot of RTS when I was younger. Warcraft 3 was my favorite, is my favorite game, OG, greatest of all time. But I don't think Colosseum realizes how far ahead he was because he did not see what we saw. He did not see the broken economy that required what 3 or 4 rack buildings before he was actually able to add more barracks. Um, so he might not realize how good he had it if he just managed to keep some of those snipers, some of those immortals alive to support his rates on that engage. If he built less influence, more energy, more cores, this could be a very different game.
I used to play some Warcraft 3 too back in the day. Used to do some humans or undead. Didn't like the other two factions that much. That
Yeah,
was way back in the day before the crit changes, the critical.
2003, I believe, was the release of Warcraft 3, or 2004, something like that. No,
Yeah, I
wait,
didn't.
actually earlier. Sorry, that was World of Warcraft release.
Yeah, World of Warcraft was 2004. Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne, I think was 2003,
I
and
see,
Warcraft 3 was 2002.
I see. But yeah, man, like Warcraft 3 was so cutting edge back in the day. It was like such an amazing game.
It was pioneering for his time too. It introduced things that we hadn't seen in other strategy games like items and heroes,
Yeah,
and more focusing to unit management other
it
than
wa- it
economy
was
management.
it was kind of the first MOBA as well, because even like the base game with the heroes and the units, it's the MOBA basically. And the Dota was also made in Warcraft 3.
Yeah,
As
Defense of the Ancients, as it
yeah,
was called.
yeah, as a how do you call it, a mod, or rather a custom map, uh, and that then inspired League of Legends and similar games. So Warcraft 3 is a very very important game in the gaming history landscape, as well as of course StarCraft. I also played StarCraft 1, um, but I was
StarCraft One
too young to be
was
any good at it.
StarCraft was very good at also making strategy games a bit more acceptable on tournament level or tryhard level compared to other games.
I mean, it was the start of the esports scene. Like in Korea back then in the day, like 1098, something like that. Um, like Korean teenagers that were pros in StarCraft, that competed in StarCraft, were like porn stars.
Yeah.
It was like it was something amazing for that time. It was something completely new.
Yeah. Also, I'm a really big fan of Age of Empires too. It took it had a lot of up and downs in its time, and it's still going now. And they keep adding new units, DLCs, and factions. But as simple as it is, it made the normal formula of rock paper scissors unit countering and emphasis on macro instead of micro uh, on a level that I haven't seen anything else basically do it on the same aspect as it did. And it's for me personally one of the most fun games to still watch tournaments because the players that play that game are flat out insane. Their level is cannot even comprehend,
You mean mechanically or?
both mechanically and on strategies a lot of times and what they do. But mechanically, it might be the most demanding strategy game at this point, uh, at least on
Yeah,
that high level.
I don't know. I just can't really play RTS anymore. At least the same way that I used to when I was younger. I just feel too stressed. Like when I was playing some Dawn of War 2 with Damas, it was like having to watch all those flanks and angles and like having to watch the minimap and the units sneaking by and then in combat all those abilities to click and stuff like that. It's just uh, too stressful.
I get, I get it, and it's also
Who's
it's
this?
Thentox.
The second Daka Jet hit the Fortress of Redemption. Goddamn.
I get the strategy games are also taxing after like one non-stop 20-30 minute game of back and forth. I just feel tired because it is non-stop after that. While Gladius is much more chill on the aspect that because it's a turn-based game until the fights start become hectic and you have a lot of units. You can play basically by lying down and holding the mouse on your phone. It's not something that you can find in so many games these days.
Yeah, I mean, when you get really into it and start thinking about trades and, when you really want to win, I do tend to like get on the edge of my seat, so to speak.
Right.
But I know what you mean, yeah. It's much more chill.
It's the same for me, but until that point that the fights happen, you can just chill. You know what you're gonna do basically,
Yeah,
depending on your build, and you're just autopiloting and interacting with neutrals and some map.
sometimes when I have chores to do, but I want to play, I just pick Tyrannid and like do 2 turns. So as in, I do a turn, like in 5 seconds, I go AFK. I come back at the middle of the next timer, when I'm the last guy. I do my turn, end my turn, do my next turn, go do my chore, come back in a couple of minutes, repeat the process, and it's
As a Tyranid
it's
player, I can definitely say that a lot of times I have just queued up like the three next turns, and like I'll tap, I just put something on
yeah.
YouTube to watch or something because as a faction as well, you don't have so much to do. And if there's not much communication or things happening with your teammates, if it's a team game, you basically have nothing else to do. But
It's
it's
perfect.
fine.
So
I
let's
hate
see.
to. Sorry, go on.
Hello?
I was just hey Thentox. I was just gonna say that he did finally get the melee AP upgrade and also the living metal upgrade. So there's that going for Colosseum right now.
How many cities have been destroyed this game?
Two,
One, no, two.
two, two Necron
So
cities.
two sister battles been on two cities the whole game.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's had horrible economy early game, was pushed hard, decided to use the resources to make Celestine instead of a third city, and basically then was on +2 influence and He was never able to get a full set.
I'm just looking at the stats. Obviously, I came in late. Sorry, I was asleep. Looks pretty, so scuffed on both sides.
Yeah, the whole game was pretty scuffed on both sides, honestly. It looked like the first 30 turns looked like shit for the sisters, but Colosseum did some mistakes which let him come back.
I don't
Some
understand how he
question-
is plus 43 rec with 2 city and a foundation bull.
He did like, I think he did like 4 racks before he added more than 2 barracks.
Uh-huh.
It was horrible to watch, honestly. It was like feelings of, man, I really wouldn't want to be in his situation. That would be so not fun.
I mean, did you not
Because-
see the Grox pasture in his face?
You mean
Was
the
he
one on
snubbed
the
Which
on
one?
down?
on 16-13?
Necron came like turn 25 and did a complete blockade. Like,
Man, Deathmark Rush as sister infantry is just
It was not even Deathmarks. It was just Immortals and Warriors, and Deathmarks came quite late. But Sister was basically stuck on the base. He couldn't even. He didn't start on a 40 or 30%. He started on a 20% time. He didn't have resources to even make the second city, and he made the second city forward to get space, but he placed it on a tile that doesn't have wreck. So then he didn't have wreck for anything.
you
The
should always
second
place
ci-
your cities on rocks as sister.
The second city had a single building, and he had claimed 4 tiles before he had resources to make another building.
I love how jank tournament games are. Like it's all so like it's like Mad Max. Everything's just like slapped together. It's all very ugly and scuffed. You just kind of make do.
yeah, it was definitely one of those games.
Like, I'm surprised that the sister player actually held in, and he kept his morale high because I felt he could give up on quite a lot of times in the game while he was locked in the base, and he actually turned it back. With
he
Colosseum.
can't. Does he have influence to afford a stun grenade? Oh, yeah.
But yeah, the worrying thing is that Colosseum might actually be able to defend this, which means that we might be looking at 30 more turns.
Hell yeah! I can commentate. Oh, Arcos are coming out. Hell yeah!
Oh, he's actually producing.
I mean, I don't think Arcos are a good matchup for Race. He just needs Repentia.
He has built quite a lot of Repentia, but they always get targeted by the raids because they can move through anything. They just kill them. So he has lost quite a lot of them.
I mean, this Wraith has to die, right? Let's go. Can he kill it with a 2? He can use 2 Retributes though.
Repentia,
No, you just use
To
the domino.
the Repentia basically two-hand chainsaw.
Oh, sorry?
The Repentia two-hand chainsaw.
He sees the Necron city resettle now, I think. Kind of reminds me of the tactics in StarCraft or Warcraft 3 when one player loses the game but doesn't want to give up, wants to grieve the guy that killed him, and just keeps making buildings at the edge of the map and forces the winning player to chase him down.
Maybe you just surrender too easily.
Well, that has also been used to grief players, I agree, but a lot of times you needed 1 or 2 buildings because in Warcraft 3 I've seen a lot of base trades where both you have a big
Yeah.
army and you're killing the enemy base, and then it's which one loses the last building will die first.
Yeah, but like in the cesspits of Random Ladder, it was something you often saw. You know, when someone was like lost and then was like "fuck your mother" and stuff like that. And then just hides, you know, makes night elf buildings and goes and eats trees and makes tunnels and hides in spots. It was very annoying. They could like extend a 15-minute game by like 15 more minutes that way.
Yeah, that's the problem. That we are that problem. We as inhumans at this, because we are a bit salty overall, and
I mean, it was always quite surprising
Yeah.
to me how RTS games seem to attract the most Neanderthalic people. You know,
The
people-
most what?
I don't know how to put it. Like people who get like super offended.
Neurotic?
I don't know what the term is,
Hmm.
but it's a
I
vibe.
just-
It's a
yeah.
vibe. You know, like you tell him, I don't know, post game. I don't think positioning that hero in that way was very good because that blah 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 blah. And then he's like, "Get cancer and die, you fuck." I don't know how to describe it. This was a horrible description, but
No, I just didn't know what
I
word
know
you were
exactly
saying.
what you mean. Though.
I guess tilting. I think it's just because RTS involves a lot of like mental investment, and when it falls apart, it's a bit like can dysregulate you. I'm no stranger to this.
I mean, I get it in FPS games where it's also twitchy, you know, and tensions are high and people get tense. But I mean, I guess to an extent it's the same in RTS games. People get tense. You have a point.
And I think it's more like with FPS, you are managing fewer things. Whilst in RTS and strategy, your attention and your brain cells are focused on juggling lots of different things. I don't know how it affects like spatial versus like cognitive stuff, but man, these retributes are doing nothing to this Destroyer Lord. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's pretty
Doesn't
much
even-
all that Destroyer Lord has going for him. He can't be killed. And
I mean, he
has
two taps the
Chrono, I
infantry.
believe.
He doesn't have chrono on him.
Oh, he doesn't, yeah.
I don't know why he doesn't have chrono. And retributes are doing 0.6. What is this?
Because he can't die anyway, so might as well Chrono, right? It makes sense.
No, he has the jet charge, so the chrono is pointless.
Oh, yeah. I mean, pointless on the turns that he actually uses.
Oh, I guess 45 invol, 33 range, 33 city. Even retributes is stationary when they're shaken and doing 1 damage. What the hell?
Actually, I have to go water some plants.
Oh,
So I'm gonna put the camera on auto and be right back in a couple of minutes.
so was it essentially that Sister had couldn't develop because of early Necron pressure, and then managed to do a counter attack, and now both of their ecos are in the toilet, and nobody's really doing anything.
Basically, but it wasn't. The Necron went into the main sister city.
Hmm.
He lost like 2 units instantly without doing much other than killing, I think, a battle sister unit. And then he committed his entire starting force that still had a lot of immortals and snipers to try to fight a city that he could not siege because he didn't have any destroyers. And he lost everything. And then he went straight into wraiths, which are not really a good unit versus sisters that don't do that much damage.
You think?
Hey, they're not very good in general versus armor.
Okay.
I mean, they're not horrible versus sisters.
I mean, they are 9 armor, but they're only 10 hit points.
Hi.
And yeah, after sister started moving out, he sent a few units forward and to kill a single sister unit, which I think was a healer. He lost 2 more units.
Hmm.
And then
I guess race are good against Sister just because they rely a lot on formations, and you can take out Magifiers and Hospitalis quite easily with them. But the death marks are the thing that annoy me the most when I play Sister Infantry.
If you only had made a single Magifier this game.
I mean, he's making Repentio. Why isn't he making a Magifier? Oh, there isn't a Magifier. Why is he making Arcos? Surely Race destroy them. I'm not sure Race do back. Yeah, this seems pointless. Maybe he's just out of rec.
So basically, then Colosseum dropped his early advantage by making very weird decision on city buildings, not getting any more summoning cores, not getting extra power. He simply started making out of nowhere like 3-4 buildings of influence, and then he got the Destroyer Lord instead of doubling down on infantry production. He trickled some units in for free.
Do we have a Necron Lord?
No, never.
So he's overpopped by like 4.
Because of the power.
Oh right.
He's negative power, so he does have
or,
settler. Yeah. And then after trickling some units, he didn't have army to defend his towns. He lost towns for free, and now we are here.
What did I miss?
Colo decided to dive.
To die.
Dive. But maybe that as well.
Dive and die. I mean, Sister Army still doesn't look too scary. It's still the snowball of having so little productions early game. And being in a constant state of reinforcement. But those Retributor numbers do seem to be piling up, and once those are high enough, those raids aren't gonna do diddly squat anymore.
I'll be right back.
The thing is, even though the Retribution numbers are piled up, the race just don't have to go there. They can attack every single other part of the army. And then the Retributors are forced to move. And then they're vulnerable.
It's just a death spiral for the Necron though. It's 14 upkeep and minus 18 ore. Because he has 1 ore building in total and 2 HQs.
Where was his third city? Was it on the wall?
On the energy. But the second city was here. Which
I'm not on your team.
For some reason, on the signs near the sister army. That was his second city, and the pipes to the top were his third. And for some reason, he decided to skip the ore, volcanic ore, below his main.
so gross.
Yeah, Colosseum is doing some clever positioning to avoid retaliation via body blocking with that Destroyer Lord.
That's very cocky, Hospitaller. Yeah, why is he putting the battle system there?
I think he just wants to brute force his way in. But honestly, he should just go back and mess up, I think. If he wanted to do this optimally. But I guess if the raids actually go out into non-city tiles, those rats stationary can kill them pretty easily.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm so tapped out with this game, man, honestly.
I don't know, man. If it doesn't go to turn 90, it's not registering in my mind.
No, it's just the fact that the game is decided. Kala just doesn't want to give up, popped the ult, and now the Destroyer Lord is gonna camp that tile forever. Or for 3 turns at least.
I don't know why he used Jet Charge when he's putting Chrono on him.
Maybe he's not aware of
Mm.
the overlap, and the chrono is 60% as opposed to 45, I guess. I mean, what else is he gonna chrono if he wants to hide?
Yeah.
But yeah, as for Arc of Flagellants, I think it's just a price thing. Like maybe he didn't have enough rec, so he queued some of them up. I don't know.
I think they're a very underrated unit, but still kind of bad.
Yeah, I agree. They're underrated. I think there are some matchups where they shine.
Astro Infantry, I find.
And you can rush with them pretty hard, I'd imagine. You don't really need tech for them. I don't know. Maybe it's on some untapped unit for some sister rush build or some shit.
It's
I have
quite tricky.
returned.
It's tricky to pull off, but if you use the Imagify Feel No Pain buff and the Hospitaler Medicus, you can get them up to like 67.
Talking about Repentia.
No, Arcoflagellant Feel No Pain stacking.
I've seen them work once, killing Astra Militarum infantry.
Is that like a game I did?
No.
Well,
Oh.
that does mean that they would work against Orks, probably against Elder.
The problem with them is that they have no armor, and versus Orcs, it's kind of better to have like a Dialogus armor buffing instead of like.
I think when Astra Militarum gets the Commissar, the extra armor penetration won't have any effect.
Yeah.
Useless hero. Only accuracy.
Take that.
Yeah, it was on a 2v2 game back in the day. I don't even remember who played. And it was two people attacking one, and he had some reinforcements from his team. He was Astra, and he got attacked by Flagellants and Necron flayed ones, and he just lost everything. But they should do high damage to unarmored units, right?
Yeah.
What am I watching? It's just like everybody's just feeding. Like there's no decisive engagement.
It's never ending.
I would never. I personally would never do this in a game. I would never drag a game out to ultra late.
I think Colosseum just wants to give a good showing before he's offed. And he's defending pretty well. Props to him for that. But man, come on.
He has the
Save us.
potential. He has the potential to win by making the sister player get bored and GG out.
Yeah, or like I have to go to work, GG. Or I have to go to sleep, I have work, GG. Which is, by the way, something that almost happened in the Danagar versus Thentox game. I was told post-game that Danagar was considering GGing just so he would be able to go to sleep.
Was this before the Knights came out?
Sorry?
Was this before the Knights came out?
Yeah, I think so. I
Was
mean,
the
once the
close
Knights
game?
were out, he was in the dominant position, so... sorry,
Can you take
Tassos.
frag grenades? Sorry, crack grenades?
He hadn't taken them in the beginning. He cracked them, I guess, around 1060 or something.
Are they useful on Battle Sisters? I mean, they do. Actually, they don't look too bad on Battle Sisters. If you want cheap, like decently,
I think at this point he just taked every infantry tech that he can find.
Does he have the Act of Faith cooldown tech?
Can check.
He does not. He does not have it.
No, he doesn't.
He's going after that crit tech.
Actually, I like that tech quite a lot. I didn't see why people didn't get it more often.
It's very good with Dialogus because you can just get like 2 levels in the
the ability.
Yeah,
You
and
remove all the cooldown.
every time.
Even outside of that, it's basically double the amount of the ability.
You can get a 17 armor Dialogus, and I don't know. Can you get higher than that? There's anything of 18 armor in the game? And Destroy Lord can get up to what, 15? Maybe 17 with Lord defensive protocols.
Yeah, he could get to 17. Maybe some cross-faction buff for 18, I don't know. From the Elder, maybe. I think the Elder, whatchamacallit, not the Skyrunner, the Spirit Seer, can give armor to cross-faction.
He gives plus 3 armor, right?
At level 3, yeah.
target allied unit, +3 armor.
Yeah. I remember one game back when I was starting out with Gladius that went on for like more than 100 turns, and it was basically I made an avatar and my ally made a cryptek, and we cheesed the whole map with chronomech and avatar.
That sounds like an uninstall type situation.
Yeah, we basically, it was cultist spam chaos and Space Marine ally, and we basically annihilated the Space Marine, but then over the course of 100 turns he just drowned us in cultists and eventually venom crawlers, and we lost. But it was an
I
epic
think
game.
since then, were crowns involved?
Oh no crowns. It was just cultist spam to stop the avatar, and I was also going for raid blades, so they also did well against the raid blades stalling. And the Space Marine did manage to make a tank army with some high-level chaplains. So a lot of things happened. It was a really long game. I think it was like more than 10 hours. My longest game ever.
I probably just given up a little earlier than that, to be fair.
I mean, once you're invested and you're having fun and it feels epic, you don't want to just give up.
I've done a game, but it was a board game, IRL, with some friends. We played Axe and Allies, the board game. I don't know if you guys know.
I heard of it.
We played for 12 hours straight on the house of a friend.
That takes some
It was,
dedication.
yeah, it was very fun. We had like we were playing songs for like marching songs and things like that when we were doing attacks with its nation. And after like the 12 hours, that one side basically gave up because they were too far behind. We stopped and we ordered some pizzas. We ended it there. Also, nobody wants to play that game again for obvious reason.
I used to play a tabletop game called War Machine Hordes, if anyone ever heard of it. And I remember that we used to have some geek marathons where we would get together at some guy's place and we would just like for a couple of days we would just game, get high, eat pizzas, shit like that. But you know, when you're young, you can get away with a lot of things. I don't think I'd survive something like that nowadays.
Yes. How old are you?
I'm in the mid-30s.
You're not that old,
I'm not that
but
old.
I guess you're older than I am.
I'm old enough to have noticed some changes.
he's having menopause.
Yeah, exactly.
Super dry. How old are you, Tassos?
28. How about you?
I'm 31. Just three experienced grizzled men. These teenage whippersnappers have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, it's weird. Definitely. I mean, I'm not that old, but like I just see people daily, like younger people around, like even on the road, and I'm like, I feel old sometimes. FC group of teenagers uh, like going through and just saying things, and I like no idea what they're saying. I'm like, I didn't realize there was so much, like the gap goes so fast.
I mean, if you're just like have the mental age of a person in mid-20s like I do, then it's much easier. But I don't know. When I turned 30, nothing changed. I think people get really scared of the 30 figure, and then I just woke up and I was 30, and I was like, well, okay, whatever.
No, just
The only
believe in the body process has changed. You can't stay up until 5 a.m. Like when I was studying still, I was studying in Austria. I live in Slovenia, and I used to like game until 5 a.m. Go to sleep for a couple of hours, and then drive to a mountain back to school for the whole day.
Mhm.
And it
What
was
I
like
did.
it was like no problem for me, you know. But if I tried to do it now, I'm 100% that I would die. One
That's
way or
what I
the
did.
other.
That's what I did on university, too, but it doesn't feel good anymore.
I think that the biggest thing for me is drinking. I have like 3 beers, and I'm just like, I'm out. But I don't drink very much, so.
The meme I keep hearing about turning 30 is that it's when the back pain starts.
Well, in my case, I did competitive rowing as a teenager, so my back pain started at 14, and it's never
Ah.
stopped.
My condolences.
Hmm. Yeah, one of my friends is who I lives down the road from me actually. He was like one of the best in our year at rowing. He's like 6'4", and rowing in London at least, because we have the Thames. It's under 18. It's like the most competitive sport in the country, and they shoved him up to like row with the 16 to 18-year-olds, and we were like 14, 15, and he can't do sport again. Really, it just destroyed him because it's so intense. And the coaches aren't like professional, like, athlete caretakers. So
For me, it's more the neck pains. If I do a gaming marathon, like if I, for example, do 2 full days of Gladius gaming, I just don't move my fucking neck at all, and then you get like these Hickson shoes. I don't know how you call it in English. English.
Not sure.
Anyway, you probably know what I mean.
Yeah.
man,
One small thing I noticed about the game going on is that he didn't melt at the city. He didn't
Yeah.
use any action because he had chrono, and now he doesn't have chrono, but he doesn't have units to attack it anymore.
What is like he? This game is not ending. There are still 4. Wait, where's the sister army gone? It's just disappeared.
Please end this game.
I mean, he doesn't know what state the Necron eco is in, right? But
He has killed 2 cities.
I mean,
You should know something at that point.
the Wraith upkeep in ore is not red, even though he has no ore. What's that about? Is that just because I'm a spectator? I can't see.
Does the upkeep ever go red?
Yeah, if you're out of ore, surely the upkeep
if
goes red, right?
If you hover over the rate, you mean?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. That's strange. You have a point.
I mean, if Sissa just waits and then gets crit mass, he wins, right?
Well, he will be able to keep producing rates forever.
Will he? What, it caps at 50%, right?
Yeah, it caps. It has capped for a long time.
I see.
That's the problem of the Necron eco.
I mean, he has
can
enough to produce a rate every 3 turns, I guess.
Yeah.
Along with building some stuff. But you know,
He's trying.
is he gonna kill the sister cities with 6 rates or whatever? I don't know.
If sister has no units and you appear at the town with like 8 rates, you can kill it, yeah. But
I
sister
mean,
will have units forever.
it would be super funny to see a comeback, like even if it would be super painful to spend so much time sitting and watching it.
I think it will also be painful for the sister player after trying so much and getting back. He's probably very frustrated, right?
Yeah, he
Has Celestine been worth it this game?
Huh?
Was Celestine worth it this game? Was she carrying? I find maybe I'm just a contrarian, but I find I just don't feel the need to build it very often.
I don't think she was carrying. I think the first city would be carrying more because she didn't block raids from getting to the reds.
Yeah.
And she did like less than half of a raid per attack, which is nice, but you know, having a first city and more barracks and more units can also do more damage.
I mean, if she had an axe, maybe, but she's naked.
Yeah.
She wasn't there when the big comeback fight happened on the sister city either. She wasn't out yet. More sister units would have paid off much better than he. And considering Colosseum expected her and built influence to build heroes anyway, if Saint was never a thing and he just had more units, he would have died even faster.
What are the heroes? What are the heroes anti-Celestine? Is it just the stun grenades, or is there ability?
He never got.
He's snowballing a little bit.
Yeah. He didn't have any heroes. He hadn't even teched the hero building early on. And when he lost the initial fight next to the sister city, he started building influence buildings. And after 4 influence buildings, 1 on each city and 2 on main, he then built a hero building. I was surprised when I saw that.
Maybe it's a rapid rise play, right?
It seems so. He's playing with negative vote.
Arco's 2.3 on a Cryptek, Jova. Wow, that's actually a lot of... Why is he doing so much damage? It's AP1. I guess
It doesn't have that much armor. It has 7.
Oh, nice. What?
What?
He can't kill the Wraith now. If he just sat that Retributor there, the Wraith's dead. Why does he move?
That's a good question. He also can't use Celestine.
Oh, that's a throw.
Oh, he has Celestine ult.
I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Oh, it should be.
To be fair at this point, considering
Maybe if he's...
Celestine is not gonna die.
He probably should have opened with it because it's a blast weapon, right?
Why did he do that?
Oh no. I think moving that Retributor just prolonged this game by 10 turns.
I think both players are pretty brain dead at this point, or rather fatigued, not brain dead.
Okay. This Cryptek's dying though, unless he just goes in the city.
If he can somehow get enough influence to buy like armor items for Saint, because there's a trader there, he could just stop caring about anything else and just start hitting the city until it dies.
Yeah,
I don't think she needs armor, she just needs damage. She's level 8, nothing is killing her. She's armor 11 already.
But
Oh,
he's not gonna get any offensive items, very expensive for me.
Man, the Necron is snowballing so hard right now.
What am I watching?
It's kind of sad to watch. All Bulky needed to do was go back, get a critical mass of units. Like, a raid every 3 turns isn't gonna win against a mass of these 3 units, you know?
I mean, I assume he just wants to keep applying pressure and not let the race snowball, right? But I guess he snowballs quicker.
That was the plan, I guess, but it's not happening.
Oh my god.
He's just gonna lose everything. Oh
and these Hospitallers are going to be annoying to replace as well.
What a game.
I think we're gonna eventually see the sister fleet just GG out at some point.
I mean, can the race can't kill Celestine? no, they kind of can. Probably quicker than the city goes down. Level 6
but-
city, 153 hit points. Going to take a long time.
That's one beefy city.
Any comments or ideas on the loyalty relic changing into resource relic?
I mean, it would be better to grab early game, and also situationally, like if you look at this game, BulkiVinkl would benefit from resources from relic more than from loyalty, like getting +2 influence, +2 energy. But the main purpose is preventing the loyalty stacking abuse, which leads to 4-city orc and all kinds of crazy cheesy builds on fast speed. And also
Or
there's
Tau
an
plus
argument
one.
that Jesus has that, like for example, on tiny map, you will on a very low relic setting always have at least three relics, which inherently makes it imbalanced because one of the players will have easier access to 2 relics or even 3 than the other one. So I'm not sure if my suggestion actually achieves a lot in the sense of making this less imbalanced, as in lessening the map RNG, but it would at least prevent some loyalty cheating in team games.
I think it's a bit sad that we cannot fix the locations of the relic to like have always 3 and always being in the center in between players, one top, one middle, one bottom, for example. So it would be more of a point of contention and not something you randomly find in the corner of the map. So they will always provide problems because of the nature of being randomly.
I mean, I think it's nice if the relics are to the side because you will often see players clear them with a small force, and then also you will see some flanking actions with very small armies, essentially skirmishes, to try to wrestle control of those relics. And I think encouraging, or rather discouraging deadballing is very healthy for the game.
Now, just to tap it again, can Cryptek just mind shackle Celestin like 3 times and then just kill her with race? He has like 5 in a city. I think Celestin is dying.
I mean, Celestine has morale loss
She's
reduction.
not a fearful enemy unit. The mind shackle description specifically says reduces the morale of the target fearful enemy unit. She's fearless. So I don't know how that interacts exactly, but I'd imagine it doesn't knock her into yellow morale.
I mean, she can jump out, but she's still very isolated.
She is, yes. It is a little bit dangerous, and if Celestine goes down with a Destroyer Lord and Cryptek on the field, it might actually start to look bad for SOB, because it already does with the fact that he lost so many units, and will need a while before he can deadball again.
I mean, if you're investing this much into Celestine, I think you need items. She's so expensive that if you don't like all in on her, I just feel like it's a complete waste.
No.
The decisions this game overall have been interesting.
I know, but I'm just thinking about Celestine in general. Like, you get her because she's she's very difficult to kill. So you either get her if you're road blocking, or you give her an axe and she murderizes infantry. But if you're just building her naked, it's a very, very expensive tile blocker, and you can kind of do similar things with
Honestly, I think
Dialogus.
Celestine was kind of a last-ditch effort for SOB. You didn't see the early game; it was
okay.
very desperate. But it was still a weird decision in the sense of foregoing a third city for the Celestine. I think she had impact, but she didn't have as much impact as a first city would in turn 86.
I think Celestine is dead because
He has
He
rebirth.
He can surround, yeah.
he cannot run away from raids.
He's forced to run his reinforcements forward instead of trying to deadball again to try and save her, which might end badly for him. Even Sister is building influence now. I mean, it does make sense. Unlike Necron, honestly.
Or just for edicts.
I mean, also to be able to take tiles, because right now he can't even take tiles, I think.
And also, if he surrounds Celestine and the reinforcements come up, these wraiths are just going to eat them immediately.
And they're gonna go back to the city. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's been pretty relaxed as far as pausing. I think Colosseum and Bulky played a lot of 1 versus 1s to practice against each other. I think what do you call that? Screaming.
Yeah, I guess if you end up playing versus your training partner, one of you will have to go down. It makes not very fun. Unless you meet up on like the finals or something.
I mean, I'm facing Colo in the 2v2 tournament, we 1v1 a lot, so...
I was a little bit disappointed that there wasn't more veterans applying for the 2 versus 2 tourney. I was planning on playing, but most of the players seemed newish, so I did end up not applying. Celestine will go down.
Not on this turn. Oh no, there's 2 raids.
He has 2 more raids.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does not. My bad.
But she cannot fly away, so she's gonna go down.
I feel like you should have saved the blind. This Tassos is not killing a single model of anything. Like, save the blind for these retro... Oh, I can't see the retributions, I guess.
Very sticky situation for the sister. This time the sister overextended her welcome.
I mean, can he assault the city with a Destroy Lord and 5 Rays? I guess he can.
I mean, that Celestine represents a lot. I think if Celestine goes down, anything is possible. But
I don't know, Celestine can be so oppressive, but she can also just be like you can just in certain matchups you can just ignore her and just kill the army, and then she's just a very expensive tile blocker.
I mean, it's even surprising that we're looking at this situation because effectively Colosseum has 2 cores. If you look, he has 11 production, and Bulky has 6 barracks. So I'm not sure how Colosseum is still in this game.
I think it's because of the trickling nature of how Bulk has played. Like he moves 3 units at a time, and then they die. And he keeps doing that instead of massing a force. And after Celestine dies, if she dies, we're gonna see the same thing. He will either try to get all of his units to defend the base, or he will keep sending 3 units. If he keeps like those 4 units and the next 3 that are coming, if all of them just move forward and they die, then he's gonna lose us, I think.
But like, does Colo just try to rush to Bulky's base before he gets critical mass, or does he try and take map?
No, he always tries to kill the unit. He never tried to just...
I mean, I guess...
no, but as in his strategy for right now.
His ore shortage does not reduce the gain from outposts, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I guess taking outposts does have higher value than usual in his situation, but he is too core effectively, so he should definitely try to rush. This is his one opening, I think, right now. I don't think we'll see another throw via trickle again.
Well, he will still need an entire more turn to kill the Celestine.
Yeah,
And then by that time, the 4 units will be on top of him if he decides to try to save the Celestine. So he will have to fight these units as well. I don't know if he will just run through like 4 units.
I mean, he could theoretically just ignore this Celestin, right? Like, what's she gonna do? I guess she can hit the base, but
I mean, at this point, just finish her. It's a lot of experience for his heroes as well.
Mm.
And it's a real-life morale blow. I mean, it will free up 12 influence for Bulky, which will be amazing for him right now. If she dies.
Yeah, the morale, the mental loss of losing the Celestine after you have tried to attack the base so many times and you have failed to actually manage to kill the base. And Celestine goes there on every attack because it just doesn't die. It's like
This-
crashing.
yeah, but Celestin at this point is probably hurting Bulky more than helping.
I guess. I mean, it is a certain point. She doesn't do that much. She's less than half of rate when it comes to damage.
But the damage the Lord is doing. 7 damage.
Oh my god, that's a lot of
She's
damage.
She's dead, yeah. Next turn.
And then what, he hits the Retributor as well.
0.
But he
0.6.
doesn't.
If he hit her last turn instead of taking that rocks, which doesn't really help him, she would be dead now.
I mean, is this Wraith dead? This Wraith is dead.
Uh,
But I don't know, if he tries to kill this Wraith, he hits
This loses
Celestin
too
once
much
and then five Wraiths just jump on them. Like,
man, what a comeback. It does look like if Bulky throws those units away to try and save Celestine somehow. And
but he's doing it.
like he won't
He's
come back.
literally moving all his units on top side.
Uh,
And you sadly cannot really run from raids because raids are very fast and go through everything.
yeah, but still, it's kind of a throw, to be honest. Bulky had it, but got a little bit too greedy trying to close
Can
the
he
game.
kill this other Wraith? Oh, he can't kill the other Wraith. Oh no, he can with Celestin.
Oh, it doesn't really matter.
He got impatient probably.
At least he gets to use the ult one more time. Glorious. The Emperor's Vengeance. Amazing.
Time for all the sister units to have 0 morale.
Time for everything to die, yeah. This would be
Can he finish her by just bonking her with the Cryptek? Yes, he can. That's funny. He probably should do that.
He should do that for style points, yeah.
But it's also the most efficient play, right? Because these Wraiths need to go on the... unless he wants to use the chrono.
I guess.
He
Yes, it
could
is.
do a chrono on the wounded raid, maybe. To keep it safe. Because she cannot lose any
But
units
the
going
style
on the attack.
points. The style points. Style over substance. But no, he's not. He's not a stylish man.
So I find the system morale loss things are... It's like, oh yeah, you go to red morale, minus 83 morale loss. It's like, cool, thanks.
It's
Or does it
kind
kick in before the morale loss?
Oof. It's kind of funny how Repensha just don't care that Celestine died. They were on white still. Like, fuck that bitch.
We don't need her. She's not the Emperor. Oh my god.
What a snowball! It's painful to watch almost.
So we have potentially 3 units getting back in the base and then new reinforcements versus a level 9 full gear destroyer lord that they cannot kill even in the prims.
We'll be
And
level 10
raids.
maybe even by that time.
You know, I woke up, I got a message from Tool being like, oh, here's the lobby. And I'm like, oh, damn it, I forgot. And then it's like 2-3 hours later, then the message, and I look on the Discord, it's like, they're still in the voice chat? Oh my god. What is that? This game must be spicy. It's still going on.
I mean, it was getting to be pretty boring. I turned off at one point and just talked to Tassos about games, but
Yeah.
but it became spicy again.
Level 9 fully kitted Destroyer Lord is no joke.
It's certainly not a joke, no.
And the
Oh, he
GG.
surrenders?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
he said I expected
What a
that.
comeback!
Oh my god. Let's see stats.
Doesn't-
23 raids. Oh my
Doesn't even
god.
stay around for the post-game banter. He's just happy to be free.
Escape at last.
Well, I think considering it's already lengthy, I think I'll just stop recording here. Thank you, Tassos. Thank you, Thentox. Thank you for anyone that watched, and until the next time.
Aren't you gonna say that Colosseum is going to advance in the final match of the losers bracket, which will give him a chance to regain his position in the tournament?
Well, I would, but you just did, so I'm not gonna.
There we go.
There we go.